to elect a mayor, and to determine a selection process for setting the rest of the council rotation. So as far as public comment goes, for the special meeting, public comment is going to be called for both the consent item and the new business item. There is no public comment for items not on the special meeting agenda because it is a special meeting. For the continuation of the adjourned regular meeting, council has already taken 3 rounds of public comment. Public comment has been closed. However, it can be reopened with a majority vote of council. So for the special meeting, tonight's process for the appointee, so we'll start, when that item comes up, we'll start by taking any clarifications, questions on the process from the city council. And then each applicant will make up to a 10-minute presentation. The presentation order was established through drawing lots, and I'll go through that order in the next slide. The next thing, the next thing will be public comment. Any public comment that's been received in writing as of 4 p.m. today has already been uploaded to the public meeting portal. And after public comment, then we would take council questions, discussion, statement, and any deliberation. And then the last step would be to vote by ballot. The city attorney will tabulate the results, and the city clerk will read the results aloud into the public record. So in terms of the presentation order, as I mentioned, it was drawn by lots. So the order will be Michael Ragan, Mason Fong, Max Mautner, Rich Hedges, Cliff Robbins, Pablo Quintanilla, Chris Conway, and John Ebneter, excuse me. And then finally, rules of decorum for tonight. Just a reminder to everyone, respect and courtesy are required. No clapping, no cheering, no jeering or booing. Please no calling out or speaking from the gallery. There will be lots of people presenting and lots of people making public comment. Let's please treat everyone with the same degree of respect throughout the evening. And with that said, I think we're ready to move to the consent calendar.
There is one item on the consent calendar tonight. It is the general municipal election, November 8, 2022, final certification of results. Council has on the dais in front of them a revised resolution. So now I'm asking for, is there any public comment on this item, the certification of the results? I have no speaker slips on it. There is a hand raised. Please lower your hand in the Zoom call if you do not intend to speak on this item. Okay, it looks like we may have one public speaker. Mr. Cohn, do you intend to speak on the certification of the election? I'm going to remove permission to talk right now. Thank you. So right now I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
A second?
I second.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is new business, and which is the appointment of the 5th council member. Before we get started with the interviews, are there any questions from council on the process?
Just one question from me about any guidelines about questions of each applicant. How many, how long is that going to be for? Are they just clarifying questions?
Yeah, I think it's ultimately, there are no specific guidelines. It's up to council's discretion based on the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had one question about the ballot voting, because in the report, it notes the council may elect to conduct as many votes as they desire until a consensus is reached, and council also may amend the selection process with a majority vote to do so. Could you maybe walk us through how the expected process? I guess my question is, To me, is it fair to say we'll be conducting votes until we have 3 or more votes for an applicant?
Yes, it would take 3 votes to confirm an appointee. I mean, with that said, after the interviews and the public comment, council will have the opportunity to make their comments and deliberate. So it is possible that through that process that 1 or 2 candidates could be brought forward as the choices that there could be consensus on, and then that could sort of narrow down the voting. So it wouldn't necessarily be just a blind vote. There can be some discussion on kind of, again, which candidates might be able to achieve consensus amongst the 4 of you.
Thank you.
Okay, if no further questions, I will turn things over to the city clerk.
Okay, thank you. The first, I want to just mention that the candidates or applicants are seated together up in front in the order that they are presenting. The first presenter will be Michael Ragan. Please go ahead and come on up, Michael. And there is a 10-minute timer for your 10-minute presentation in the light board in front of you, and I will set up to run on the Zoom call also. Okay, and is Max Mautner in the house? There's a seat for you right up here. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready. Oh, let me turn on them. It would help if I had the microphone on.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for having me, giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. And I wish one of you guys good luck tonight. Hopefully they elect somebody tonight. I come here tonight to apply for the at-large open position on the City Council that you will be deciding tonight, hopefully. I feel my lifetime experiences have given me the insight and knowledge to handle the responsibilities that come with the position. The reason I'm interested in serving on the San Mateo Council, as a resident of San Mateo for the last 44 years, I have raised with my wife 3 children, living initially in Fiesta Gardens and presently in District 5, the Hillsdale-Beresford community. Owning and operating a small family business and working for and with thousands of San Mateo citizens in their residence and businesses over the last 46 years in every part of the city and throughout the Bay Area, which has given me a unique perspective on the needs and wants of our citizens. Examples of those are the struggling renter, the elderly couple on fixed incomes, or having hard times maintaining their homes and just getting to their appointments and daily needs. And many families trying to balance their home and work, and all the while trying to raise their families. Without forgetting the fiscal responsibilities of our city that needs to maintain a vibrant and growing economic stability, I promise to represent and consider in my decision-making. My business has been both financially and personally rewarding, and I now have, I am looking at reducing my workload, which will give me more time and energy to dedicate to the council and the assignments that may arise. My experience with civic leadership and community engagement in San Mateo. In 1983, I took the lead establishing a sound and safety wall when Highway 101 and 92 were going through reconstruction with representatives from Caltrans, the Assemblyman Bob Naylor, and Republican Representative Tom Lantos. We received the approval and the sound wall was constructed. I served as president of Fiesta Gardens Homeowners Associations, which involved, when I was president, dealing with the Fiesta Gardens school closure, the Bay Meadows project, the first phase, and the San Mateo County Fairground expansion. I served on the City of San Mateo Citizens Advisory Committee in the early 90s for the general plan, which gives me the advantage of working with the current plan, which will be requiring approval in the near future. I also headed up the San Mateo Traffic Action Plan in Hillsdale neighborhood with the Vice President of Hillsdale High School in submitting 10 items for recommendations and implementation of our neighborhood, and currently working towards achieving the completion of all those 10 items. I joined and graduated from the San Mateo Academy, which involved a weekly meeting, learning the inner workings of each department within the City of San Mateo. I served on the Citizens Committee for the San Mateo Bicycle Master Plan several years ago. When working on the plan, our goal as a group was to work with an outside consulting firm to design bicycle routes to interconnect throughout the City of San Mateo. And working for months on this project, we had accomplished a proposed bicycle network that was submitted to the city staff for distribution to all the departments involved. It was very rewarding to know that my contribution and knowledge of the entire City of San Mateo helped shape this plan. But funding is still pending, and it is one of my priorities to see this through completion. And currently, I'm serving on the Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association. On this application, it was asked what I saw as the city's top 3 challenges and how I would tackle them. My number 1 priority is the safety, the police, fire, and emergency service, that the city can ensure the citizens of San Mateo that they are sufficiently staffed and will continue to grow along with the increase of population. Housing. Work to strengthen our housing issues, working with groups such as Housing Leadership Council that can help fund low-cost housing with state and federal grants, and locate areas in San Mateo to achieve these goals. And my 3rd is infrastructure, improving our infrastructure with the City of San Mateo. Concerns with congestion and the movement within the city to get from one area to the other. I believe relief for the city would be to implement the bicycle master plan, working with public transit agencies to meet the demand of the increased population, and not to forget the increased demand for water and sewage disposal. Many people maybe will be speaking tonight on behalf of the other candidates. I purposely decided not to ask anyone to speak on my behalf. I came here as my own person, beholding to no one, and I believe I can be the bridge that brings the council together. I conclude by saying one word, and that word is trust, which has been my mantra in my personal life and business. I believe that it is important to build trust among each other and to do the work necessary for the good of the citizens of San Mateo. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Ragan. Does council have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Ragan. I have a question. I'm curious, what kind of efforts have you made to work with Housing Leadership Council on housing issues?
I learned about this housing projects, and I have attended quite a few meetings. One of the meetings was held down along Delaware, and we took a tour of the development of the building that was put in. I've subsequently gone to some of the meetings in Redwood City. I honestly am not actively involved in the workings of it, but I have gone down and listened to their presentation. They're working with banks and different entities to try to fund these things. But I'll make an interesting comment. One of the comments they made was that the cities are the hardest, are the most difficult part of getting these projects established. It's the cities that make it difficult for them to find the land and working with them. And I think that's one of my goals would be to work with them in our city, because I think we do have areas within the city that we could establish these developments. I think it would benefit, I know it would benefit the entire, not just San Mateo, but the entire peninsula.
Thank you, Mr. Ragan. You said that the implementing the master bike plan would be one of your priorities. Can you talk to us about how you would approach community outreach so that it would be successful with the communities as well as the participants?
Well, we have drawn up a plan, and it's been distributed amongst the staff. And I do believe that, as with any project of this magnitude, reaching out to the different neighborhoods to get their opinions, because it's just a plan that we put together, and I'm sure that it needs to be tweaked. It needs to be tweaked to complement the neighborhoods that it will be going through. But we talk about getting people out of their cars, and that was one of the things we discussed was, this is going to be good for the ability to get people out of the cars, but we have to combine it with other facilities, with a transit and other things that, if they're going to take their bikes to, say, the train station and that type of thing. So I do believe that it would just be an outreach to the different communities and bring them together as we have done with the general plan, per se. And I think that would be the way to go, because I'm sure it's not perfect, but I think it's a necessary goal of ours to implement the bicycle plan.
Thank you, Mr. Ragan. Could you give us a little more about your role with a previous general plan update? Which general plan update did you work on? What was your role? And how would you compare and/or contrast the vision of San Mateo within that process with the one we're currently undergoing?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. I wasn't too happy when we formed our committee. I had just finished my term as president of Fiesta Gardens, and they had called me and asked me would I like to join the group, and I said I'd be honored to. And it was just made up of residents of San Mateo. There was no city council people on it. It was just the residents, but we had some excellent people that were part of the group, and we did so many things on that group that I haven't seen done here. For instance, I'll give you several examples. North Central was being completely kind of deconstructed. It was being kind of changed from the R1s to little neighborhood houses and that type of thing. And they were putting a lot of these 8-unit kind of very ugly looking buildings in, which caused a lot of problems with traffic and more cars and that type of thing. So we were able to identify certain streets that hadn't been kind of redesigned and that type of thing, and we're able to convert them back to R1s. And that was quite rewarding. Another thing that was very interesting was, at the time, there were several school closures. As I said, Fiesta Gardens. I think Beresford was closed at the time. I think the North Central School was closed. And the school board came to our meeting and said that they were thinking at the time, because enrollment was down, that they thought it would be a good time to sell these parcels. They had done it at Lakeshore. They had sold part of Beresford School. And they thought it would be a good time to close it because, hey, enrollment's down, there's no children. Thankfully, smarter heads and reasoning took place, and we kind of were very adamant when we came to the city council with our findings and said, we just find this to be impossible. You shouldn't do this. We're not looking into the future. And several years later, they're all open again. And fact is, That's one of my things that I'm most worried about, is the fact that we're looking to increase the population, but have we really thought about, are we going to need more schools? Are we going to need more park and rec types activities in the future? And that needs to be coordinated with the massive increase in population, as I read it, that the state is requiring us to provide. So those are some of the major things we did, but there were so many other things that we did. But it was a different time, you know, it was just a different time. We were still, you know, kind of in the single-family neighborhood environment. You know, people were trying to protect that. And I know now, that I don't want to get into the single-family neighborhoods, but I know that we need to be more resourceful, and we need to have kind of a broader understanding that we need to have housing, and we need to find a place to put it, and we need to accommodate that, because we can't just pretend like our homes that we have, you know, the value has gone up. Just, I mean, it's just not feasible to compare the difference between.
Mr. Ragan, do you mind wrapping up your thoughts?
Certainly. But in closing, I just want to say that we need to be able to provide that housing that was different in those times. We weren't kind of under the same difficulties as we are now.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sorry about that.
I'm ready to hear the next applicant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
And again, thank you.
Thank you.
Just for members in the audience, I've asked you to hold on to your yellow speaker cards. We might have overflow rooms, so we're giving everyone an opportunity in all the rooms to fill out. So I will ask for them to come forward at a certain point in time, just so it's equal for everyone to get in the order, okay? So we'll make an announcement for that. We are definitely going to allow for public comment, though. So the next speaker is Mason Fong.
Good evening, honorable council members, city staff, city manager, city attorney, assistant city manager, city clerk, and chief, and members of the public. My name is Mason Fong, and I am applying for this position. If I could have the next slide, please. And so I'm really just here to go over very quickly the who, why, what, and how I would be as a council member and why I'm applying, because I really want to save the majority of the time for your questions and not put the public through another long public hearing, try to get them home before midnight tonight. So again, I've been a 20-year-plus resident of the city of San Mateo. I grew up in the Park neighborhood. I went to Park Elementary School. I took Samtrans to Burrell Middle School. I rode my bike to San Mateo High School. My high school class was the first class to have the new building for all 4 years instead of the portables. And so, you know, I have a lot of fond memories, the least of which was losing every single little big game while at San Mateo High School. But really enjoying that culture. And so I then went to De Anza College, transferred to UC San Diego, where I majored in urban studies and planning and minored in political science. And that's where I really began my civic journey with engaging on campus, trying to work with the student council to make sure that they were adequately paying attention to minority communities, as I was the president of a minority community nonprofit on campus. And our funding was going to be cut because the council at that time could not manage their funds correctly. And so we mobilized to do that. And so over the past decade, I've really had a long career of just being civically engaged, representing people, understanding and listening. And that's the biggest thing I could communicate, is that listening is really the crux of public service, in my opinion. You really have to go to the community firsthand, on the ground, make sure that they have your cell phone number and that they feel that you are accessible, but that you are listening and that you are translating their desires into action. And so that's what I've done my entire career through the San Diego Chamber of Commerce. I've worked for 2 chambers of commerce, 2 San Jose council members, one of which who is the new mayor, the 2 members of Congress, Governor Gavin Newsom, and now I'm at a public safety technology company called Peregrine Technologies that is helping to make cities safer. And so in 2018, just a little bit about me, I ran for city council in Sunnyvale after having lived there for a year, but having served that community for over 5 years. And the concern there was, you know, you haven't lived here long enough, you didn't grow up here, you don't know our issues. But I said, that is what comes with listening. You know, listening can help you understand the community, can help you understand what roads are problematic, which schools need to be addressed in terms of safe routes to school, which housing projects have come under scrutiny because they're either not giving enough community benefits or what have you. And I was honored to be endorsed by labor unions, business advocacy organizations, every state legislator in the region, the Mercury News, Sierra Club, all the Democratic clubs, including the Central Committee, the Santa Clara County Central Committee with the sole endorsement, and local elected officials in my own city. Next slide, please. And so why am I applying today? Because I really just want to be able to give back to my community, the community that made me who I am today. And I see a lot of issues facing the city of San Mateo, having dove in very quickly into the budget, the housing element, a few other documents like the climate action plan. And I think that city staff is doing amazing work, but they have challenges that are outside of the city in addition to the ones that are within the city. These challenges that you may have heard about recently, such as ERAF funding, VLF funding, which will put a $30 million hole in the budget, which is over 10% of the budget in the next 10 years. School districts, we heard about that from the previous applicant. A lot of that is outside of your control. It is a funding formula that is outdated of how do you account for how the state taxes reallocate to your school district. It's based on a 1975 law that is outdated. And so a lot of these require you to partner as a city council member with your state legislator, with your member of Congress to really make sure that that person in charge has your best community interests at heart and is actively fighting for you. And so for me personally, as a council member, if provided the honor and privilege to serve, it would be really about not only serving San Mateo, but elevating all of the issues to the higher level so we can make movement on these. And I'm not saying it will happen in the next 2 years, but hopefully the person who's appointed and all of you here can make a dent in all those issues facing our community. Next slide, please. Oh, and I forgot to add that if appointed, I would not seek re-election in 2024, just to know that this appointment is purely because I wanted to really give back to my community. But also, my wife would leave me, and I can't do that. So, as I'm sure many people up here understand. So, just a couple more slides. The what. These are just a few examples of how I would be as a council member and my proven leadership in the city of Sunnyvale, the Silicon Valley region. And I have worked with many communities under the governor across the Bay Area all the way to the Oregon border, as I was his point person, one of 2 staff members to communicate to all the elected officials across over half the state's counties, 30 counties. And so, you know, community engagement, I've met with all the presidents of the neighborhood associations. I've heard their priorities loud and clear, you know, understood when the road's not paved, what is the issue? A lot of times, PG&E is doing an undergrounding, and it's taking time, and we can't revamp that road because we need to time it out well so we're not digging up the road twice, disturbing the community, stopping safe routes to school, and also wasting taxpayer dollars. COVID-19 pandemic recovery, I led and initiated and sponsored the legislation in Sunnyvale that created a public-private partnership by which we asked our local nonprofits and corporate businesses to give back to small businesses that were struggling, the ones that could not afford a PPP loan. And so we raised over $2 million, and we gave out grants to every small business that applied. And so public safety, I led the effort that was similar to Measure C that was recently passed, and I commend the previous council for passing that to study a potential real property transfer tax rate update, as it's not a new tax, but it's an update to the current tax. And because I heard loud and clear from public safety officers that dedicated funding source with growth in population, growth in office space requires more fire EMS resolve. And so a dedicated source of funding could be created through that type of measure. In sustainability and open space, I actually initiated the discourse in Sunnyvale on increasing water supply and lowering water rates for constituents. And one of the things I really love to see in San Mateo is that you're pursuing a clean water program. You are pursuing a wastewater treatment facility, and that will give you a lot of leverage over Cal Water, over other organizations, as your effluent will be very valuable for them to buy, offset the use of potable water, and redirect that. And so we're facing a drought as a state. How are you as a city being attentive to that? I would highly encourage, if not already looking forward to that, to be able to open up those discussions with Cal Water. I also led the charge to negotiate a new park in Sunnyvale. There was a park that was recently purchased as public land as part of a development agreement, and it was on the back of the list of 16 parks to be created, and other parks were to be renovated. And one council member came to me and said, hey, I think this is backwards. I think this park should be created first, and the other ones pushed back 2 years each because they already have parks in these neighborhoods. And I agreed with the council member. I knew it was going to be a contentious issue. I negotiated with him because he wanted to negotiate something else in the budget, and we were able to compromise and make an example of how you can get things done even when you have differing opinions. Housing and homelessness, I've advocated for tenant-based rental assistance, especially during the pandemic. Every city gets home grant funds. A lot of times it's not enough money to make an actual dent in an affordable housing complex because it's $100,000 or so. And I said, hey, why don't we look at that? Everyone's getting evicted right now because there's no eviction moratorium at the time when I brought this up. And we need to really look at how do we stop people from becoming homeless, because we know as when you become homeless, the multi-factor to serve that person is 10x. And so I led the effort on that. And just to go through the last four really quickly, never mind. So with that, I'll just go to the next, the last slide, if I could, which is next one. Thank you. So, public servants don't get enough thank you, and I think I really just want to thank you for your public service. Thank you all of the members of the public here today who have taken time away from their children to be here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fong. Given your experience in Sunnyvale and the City Council, what would you want to be the first area you would focus on were you appointed to the San Mateo City Council?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would love to do, and it comes up early in your calendar, is the strategic priority setting. Because I know how valuable that is. I know how much of an impact that makes on the rest of the direction of your calendar year. And so to me, I looked up your strategic priorities. There are 55, of which I think it's just a matter of perception. There's a lot of projects going on in the city, great work being done. But I would really love to make an analysis of what is the priority order of these really? What is the funding that is going to come to us as a city to be able to allocate the time towards this? How are we balancing the budget towards this? In Sunnyvale, there's a 20-year budget. There is a council mandated by council policy 20-year budget. There is a charter mandated 10-year budget. It's a good and bad thing because what it allows us to do is it allowed the city to allocate a deficit for 9 years if the 10-year was positive. And it allows you to flex the funding of the city to say our climate action plan is going to be revamped in 2 years. And we know that these priorities are going to happen in the next 3. Our budget is going to be shortfalled by ERAF and VLF by this much in this year. And so we need to move this money here. And so that's the first thing I would look at is how are the strategic priorities relating to the budget? Because I know there's only a 2-year window to really make an impact as a council member, but I would love to obviously work on all of the issues.
Mr. Fong, you mentioned that you've worked with several chambers of commerce. As we kind of emerge from the pandemic, what would be some of your suggestions to helping small businesses and medium businesses recover?
Yeah, I get my haircut at Ben's Family Hair Care on El Camino. I've been doing that since I was a kid. And I asked her when I came back, I said, hey, how's your rent been over COVID? And she said, it's skyrocketed. With the pandemic, with having to shut down, it's skyrocketed. And that a lot of that's out of the control of the individual landowner because it's just a market thing. But it's really understanding how do you retain. And part of that I actually worked on firsthand in the city of San Jose when I was a legislative aide and legislative director to 2 different council members was an anti-displacement commercial plan. And what it did was that it looked at all the resources out there, what grants we could apply to, what strategies have already been used by other cities to stop displacement, and really empowering the chambers of commerce, the local downtown association to understand tax structures, understand grants, understand how to serve their members, understand how they can participate with the city to advocate to the state legislators to change certain laws. In San Jose, the San Jose Chamber actually has done this recently where they sponsored a bill with Assemblymember Alex Lee to preserve funding that would have otherwise been cut to help small businesses litigate against predatory litigation on ADA compliance. As you know, many restaurants, they rent out a space, it's not ADA compliant, they get served the complaint. And unfortunately, they're on the tab for the bill, even though it is not the thing that they perhaps knew they were coming into.
Thank you, Mr. Fong.
Thank you.
Mr. Mautner, you're up.
Hi, council members. Hi, staff. My name is Max Mautner. I'm a 5-year resident of San Mateo. I'm actually native to the East Bay, although I'm actually 3rd generation San Matean. My grandmother and father moved to San Mateo from Venezuela, actually, when my father was a young boy. And my path to the days here today and to pursuing civic commitment and volunteerism in a sort is that I had never really been involved in civic politics until COVID hit. I've actually moved around the country a fair bit. My wife and I chose San Mateo as a community to move to as renters, which I'm proud about. I think one of the things I've noticed following city governance since paying attention, really since COVID, is how overwhelmed a lot of California municipal politics is dominated, and at the state level, by homeowners, which my wife and I recently became ourselves, and feel a real indebtedness to seeing our community succeed, whether that's our residents or our businesses. And what was really revelatory when shelter-in-place rules hit is that my wife and I began working from home and about tripled the amount of time we spent in the city. We became avid pedestrians and more recently avid cyclists, which brought us into contact and organized civic activities with groups like Silicon Valley Bike Coalition and Move San Mateo, and gained familiarity with all these very long-term plans like the Bicycle Master Plan, which has been alluded to, and ultimately the general plan, which is arguably the #1 reason I came today and applied for this vacancy. Is I'm 35 today. This is a 20-year plan. I'm going to be 55 when this plan is complete. And I know among my generation that the #1 issues are affordability and cost of living, and even being able to afford to stay in this community. I rented through my 20s and feel very fortunate, even as a mid-30s person, to be a homeowner in the Bay Area. I think I know the solutions here, and I know they're not super palatable. I know this from listening to public comment, and I'd say the top issues are housing and creating more of it. And I realize we are a constrained municipality. A lot of it's already developed. What I would say is that upzoning and rezoning and what is in the general plan is legalizing something. It's not mandating it. The stuff needs to make financial sense. And one of the things that I think I would be so mindful of in input to the general plan and decisions around the land use of our city, whether that's the streets, like Bike Master Plan, or the private land, which is very strictly regulated, is how can we make the best outcomes that don't leave vacant storefronts. So the last 2 items that I'm very deeply passionate about in our city are safety and transit. I think one of the things that's so difficult about the north central bike lanes, which was one of the most contentious public comments I listened to when I was first starting to get involved in civic governance and listening was how there's a trade-off between people's physical safety and their on-street vehicle storage. And I do wonder about, the parents in this community. Like, I realize there's a lot of trade-offs to letting your kid walk or letting your kid bike to school, something I did when I was a kid. But I think there's a lot of ways to listen to the community and balance these trade-offs that mean that these new developments for changes in people's behaviors like we've never seen before with COVID that lead to adopting more happy lifestyles, which is something that I know as a native Bay Arean that cars are a really dominant transit form, but one of the reasons it is the way it is we mandate it with things like parking minimums. I don't see a reason to have mandated parking minimums in that it just drives up housing costs. There's a lot of variations of this kind of over-regulation about land use that are concerns to me, and I know impacted me as a renter without a car for 10 years. So I think I may be the youngest applicant here for this vacancy. I think the one thing I'd leave with is that I think it's reasonable to ask of all these applicants whether they would have them voted upon ahead of the mayor role. And I'd say I wouldn't. I would vote for the mayor first. I think as far as what my job would entail on the city council, it would be upholding the city charter. And I realize that because of the technicalities, it's up to our council to elect not to, or to indefinitely postpone items like this. But I would ask of the candidates here what their position is on appointing a mayor before picking this vacancy, because in my mind, if you don't follow the charter, I'm not entirely sure what the point is. Like, it's the nature of the job, and I realize that's not something easily committed to by the other candidates, but it's something I'll commit to. But yeah, happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mautner. I noticed you gave us some content about your business experience as it relates to negotiating, and I wondered if you could elaborate a little on that and give us maybe an example, a specific one about a situation in which you had perhaps two stakeholders at odds and needed to bridge the gap. What sort of skills did you employ? How did it work out?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have a tough time bringing one up, but I'll just give a background professionally about how I landed where I did. I'm actually a software engineer at Netflix, which entails a long commute down to Los Gatos, which I do a lot less of these days. But how I came to the role that I'm in, it's a very compromise-heavy role. I work with a lot of different stakeholders within a very large business, and one of the reasons I imagine that has value in a role like civic duty is there are very diverse stakeholders. There are the paying customers, there are your coworkers, there are your leaders, there are your subordinates, there's your business partners, and I think the beauty of civic governance is that they're not paying you. Like, they're paying taxes like we all are. And one of the biggest trade-offs, I think, and I've seen in the business world, is the trade-offs between serving your customers and serving the business. And one of the beautiful things of the best employment opportunities I've had is seeing when leaders in those businesses have prioritized customers over the business, knowing the long-term dividends that pays. And I can't really speak to specific instances that illustrate it, just internal business privacy-wise, but I hope that kind of gives the gist of the types of conversations I meant in my application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mautner. Given the fact that you're a relatively new resident in San Mateo, thank you very much. How would you go about reaching out and getting to know the community and getting to know different organizations?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I was kind of on the receiving end of that with the North Central bike lanes as an example. I was pretty impressed. I realized this is not free, but I was pretty impressed by the mail campaigns and the QR codes that were printed all around the neighborhoods. Beyond that, though, I was impressed by Amaranth Lee's town halls that she held. I myself didn't actually attend them, but I stayed really in close touch with my next door neighbors who are along and adjacent to Poplar. So I think really interfacing with residents in person as much as possible, acknowledging that the last few years have been an exotic fluke, is key. So one of the things I'm happy to commit to is being available in person, office hours wise, to constituents. As an at-large candidate or as at-large vacancy, that's something I would totally commit to. Also, as a new resident, I'm very eager and happy to meet more of my community. I think that's something that I look forward to doing in the decades to come, and seeing how decisions that this council makes about stuff like general plan have impact on our community members. So meeting in person is probably the #1 way I'd seek out. I know there's all manner of technology-enabled surveying and whatnot, and I do appreciate the education I've gotten from City Services Academy as far as how our city really tries to solicit what is the temperature check of our community. So there's multiple inputs, but I really do enjoy being a pedestrian in our community and getting to see community members eye to eye and face to face and hearing what are the most pressing issues. So.
Thank you. Mr. Hedges?
First thing, can everybody hear me with this mask on? I don't like taking it off if I don't have to, but I will. Tell me when you're ready. I'm going now? Oh. So I don't talk a lot about what I do, except with the people I do it with. So I'm going to give you a little refresher tonight on some of the things I've done in the many years I've been here. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my background. You'll see some pictures on the screen. That's me in the middle. My wife on the left. We both come from working class families. I lived on 11th Street in inner city Kansas City. She lived in a rural area of Kansas, northeastern Kansas, which actually at one time elected a socialist to Congress, Swedish socialist background. And my father was an oil worker. Her father was a trainman with the Union Pacific. We met in college, and she changed my life. So next. So I've always been very active. In 1968, a friend of mine, I lived in a very mixed neighborhood, who I'd traveled to a swimming pool with, had been refused the right to go to the swimming pool, and he was fearful of filing a lawsuit, so I filed it. So that desegregated the first swimming pool in Kansas City, Missouri, a county that fought for the South. So it was not popular. Next slide, please. So I've always believed what we called when I was a child was fairness. I can't tell you the kinds of education I got from my family about treating other people. And so we now call it equity. And I think both words are good. One of the things, when I desegregated that swimming pool, the rest of them fell like dominoes. When I moved here, there was an apartment house I lived in that actually had a program to keep people of color from getting apartments there, and I found out about it, worked with the NAACP, and it was fairly easily desegregated. While working for the union, there were a lot of young women that worked in our union stores, and a lot of sexual harassment. I filed many successful sexual harassment cases. Many of them I don't even talk about, they're so horrible. I've always represented workers. And I've negotiated industry contracts, and I know what good negotiations are and how people come to the parties and they're honest with one another and lay defined guidelines on what they're willing to talk about and not willing to talk about. And that's the beginning of a good relationship. And I had good relationships with all the employers' representatives. Next slide, please. This is a picture of me, and this is the celebration for removing 8,000 homes from very expensive FEMA flood insurance. And that's not the worst of it. There were some guidelines in FEMA that if your home needed repairs were very costly to get around. I have friends that faced that. So I started on this 11 years before we got it done. And in the beginning, not many people, actually nobody wanted to help because they didn't think it would work. But as it looked like, and thank God for Larry Patterson and Susanna Chan, who really worked with me on this. But we eventually raised the money through a ballot measure, and we were able to get rid of that horrible FEMA insurance. And I watch it every day to try to determine whether it's coming back, and we actually have some challenges on it right now. Next slide, please. So here's my accomplishments in San Mateo. I'll try to run through them because I don't have a lot of time left. I served on Community Compass. That was in the 90s. It was actually the first outreach we really did in a meaningful way to the residents of the city. I was on a personnel board for a number of years. I serve now on the Neighborhood Watch Board. I was on the Charter Revision Committee with Larry Atkinson and past Mayor Jane Baker, and with then the city manager, Arnie Croce. We actually rewrote the city charter. We actually took things out of it, like we used to collect the property tax through the city. We had a rate in the charter for that. On the Measure S Oversight Committee that doles out the money that Measure S is raising for us. I served on the Park and Rec Commission Facilities, CAC, when we were looking over what to do with the parks, and made advice to the board. I served on the San Mateo Design Guidelines Committee for the family homes and second-story additions. I'll just say for a moment that came about by San Mateo Park coming to United Homeowners, which I've served on for years, and saying that they needed to do something. They didn't like what's happening in their neighborhood. Brant Grody, who was our mayor at one time, was on United Homeowners. We decided we'd go to the city about it. It was he and I, and we set up a committee. And it's because I'm very supportive of R1 neighborhoods. And so we made sure, and I was living in a multifamily environment. We made sure that these R1 neighborhoods were protected. I've also was on the Citizens Advisory Committee for Bay Meadows 2 and the rail corridor. I'm very, very pro-housing on the rail corridor, and I think it's a very good idea. And people ask me, well, not everybody's going to take transit. Of course they're not, but we want to make it available for those people who want to. Next slide, please. I've been so involved in financial support for the city. The measure that we passed to get us out of the flood control district, a group of us volunteered to do this. We were able to raise the money, do the mailers. We put 44 people on the street walking precincts and passed it by 80%. Measure in L&M, I worked with fire and police very hard, doing precinct walking, putting out signs, phone banking to get this passed. It was during the 2008 meltdown, and we really needed the money. I actually volunteered to chair the Measure S committee, which raised the money to do the kinds of street repairs we need to do. It also raised the money to get North Shoreview out of the flood district. I volunteered to chair the Measure W committee, which was a T tax measure that also brought in money that we needed. And recently, I was co-chair with Amarantz Lee to pass a transfer tax of property over $10,000. I think these efforts help keep our budget balanced. And you can't do social programs without a balanced budget. This doesn't happen. Next slide, please. These are accomplished on the county. I'm going to try to run through them fast. CCAG, which is the city-county government, I've served on their scoring program for Lifeline Transportation. Without going into detail, I'll explain it to you what that is if you don't know. I was on the county manager interview program that hired our last county manager. I was on San Mateo County Transit and Planning working group that we set up by the county to make recommendations. I was on the Workforce Investment Board, actually with Kevin Mullen, for 13 years. The San Mateo Transit Authority, I'm currently on, CAC, the San Mateo County Department of Housing and County Strategy Project, Skyline Community College. I was an advisor to the Department of Cosmetology. That's because I was on the board of cosmetology, a state board, for 16 years. While I was on that board, I found that undocumented people could not get a license even though they went through school at our public expense. I started a chain reaction with my friend who was then the Speaker of the Assembly to get a bill passed that allowed that. Ricardo Lara carried the bill. Also, I was on the San Mateo County Grand Jury for a year and the San Mateo County Housing and Community Development Committee. Next slide, please. Community organizations, of course, I've been on United Homeowners as a delegate since 1996. San Mateo Together, which pushed through Bay Meadows. The San Mateo County Union Community Alliance, which actually raises money to feed people. San Mateo County Central Labor Council, I'm currently their treasurer. Kiwanis International, which I'm a service member that raises money for kids. Hillsdale United Methodist Church, I've been a Methodist since I was born. Delegate to the California Democratic Convention, and my proudest accomplishment was when I worked for Congressman Tom Lantos. I was his alternate to the Democratic Central Committee, and I'm a member of Pi Gamma Mu, a social science honors fraternity. You get on that by your grades. Next slide, please. My regional accomplishments are Metropolitan Transportation Commission, 3 different advisory committees and a subcommittee. And Link 21 I was just invited to by the woman who was the spokesperson for BART. Sorry, got 1 minute, so next slide. Lessons of the past, and I really believe this. This is from Dickens' Tale of Two Cities, and everybody knows the first line. The second line and thereon is, it was an age of wisdom and an age of foolishness. It was an epic of belief. It was an epic of incredulity. It was a season of light, and it was a season of darkness. It was the spring of hope and the winter of despair. It has everything before us. We have nothing before us. We were all going directly to heaven. We were all going directly to hell. It was clear, then crystal to the lords of the state preserves and loaves and fishes that things in general would be settled forever. I think that's somewhat what we're going through now, and that's why I put it in. Next slide, please. And these are my 2 favorite sayings, and I'll just go to my bottom one, which is on all my emails. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, you have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Questions?
Maybe we need a poet laureate as opposed to a 5th council member. So, Mr. Hedges, thank you very much. Given your experience in the city and the challenges facing us, which area would you want to focus on first to try and advance?
The general plan, obviously.
And how so?
Well, I think we need to get it done, and so that it passed musters with the state, because if truth be told, the laws that have been passed are correct. If we don't do it right, we're going to probably lose our ability to do our own planning, and we're probably going to lose our ability to get grants and other paybacks from the state of our own tax money that's gone. So I think it's crucial we get this right. And do I have a right way to do it? Well, I think we need to protect the R1 neighborhoods, but we really need to build some housing, and I don't think it's going to be a problem, because AB 2011 and Senate Bill 6 has made for both below market rate housing and at market rate housing easy to build in commercial areas. Actually, it's almost required if a developer wants to do it, and some pretty stiff penalties if we don't allow it. So when we talk about height limits, I'm not crazy about really tall buildings, even though before Measure H there were several really tall ones built in my neighborhood. But I would say that probably we have no choice but 7-story based on the current legislation. But I'd be okay in certain areas very near train stations with 8 or 9 stories if it looked like it would work, and if they were designed well and there was plenty of green space. Does that answer your question? One other thing, I think the budget, because of our pension debt, I have some ideas on that. I've served on pension trust funds. One of the things, I hope the city manager doesn't get mad at me, that in private pensions in the business world, the people that run the show can't negotiate for the pensions because they get the pension. They don't get, they took them in 72, they took them out of being able to receive the pensions because they felt it was a conflict of interest. I don't think it has been here, but I can tell you some cities off mic that it has been a problem.
Rich Lee and Rich Hedges talking about pensions that could go all night. I was hoping you could share with us a bit about your perspective. The council is entrusted to serve the entire community, but D4 has not had representation for quite some time, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on why it's important to you to have someone from D4.
Because we have significant problems in D4. And quite frankly, this is no disrespect to anybody here, but we've been left out. I was at the infrastructure meeting not long ago, and all of the Safe Route to Schools programs that they had done that year were on the west side of El Camino. Now that's fine, but we need to find a way to fund some of them east of 101. And we've got serious problem not only for our neighborhoods, but also for the city. We had stores closing pre-pandemic and some of the big shopping center we've got. And one of those reasons is people couldn't get there because the traffic was so bad, especially after our neighboring city, I'll just keep their name out of it, put up no left-hand turn signs that forced everybody on the only way to get to the east side, north of 3rd Avenue, south of 3rd Avenue and north of Belmont. So that's just ridiculous. And we really, what has happened, people that are coming our way would pass the exit and go to Kehoe and then go through the neighborhoods, that shouldn't be happening because a lot of them didn't slow down. So that's one of the issues. The other issue would be dredging the lagoon, and that's important. If you go to Los Prados area and look at mud 7 months out of the year, if we get a big rain, and has happened in the past, the pumps get clogged because of all the debris, they're going to flood. And then FEMA's coming after all of us again. So those are just 3 of the issues. There's others. I mean, the park, we didn't get a bathroom in the Mariners Island Park. I begged for 15 years. I finally got a developer to fund the money to build it. The city didn't pay for it. So those are some examples. I see a problem, I try to fix it, like with the state Board of Environment Cosmetology. These young people went all through school and couldn't get a license. They were illegally getting caught, paying a $1,000 fine for it.
Thank you, Mr. Hedges.
That's it? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robbins.
Wow, what a great group to be sitting with. It's really fun. My commission work, half the fun is listening to the public and how many informed citizens we have. Most of y'all know me, and normally I would do this extemporaneously, maybe off some notes. Tonight I'm going to read, and I apologize, it's going to be a little dry, but I want to keep it to well under 10 minutes, and I'm famous for going over, so I'm going to read. Thank you for the opportunity to apply for this vacant at-large council seat. I'm here because I want to work hard to continue and expand my public service for all the residents of San Mateo. We have important work to do, and I want to work with all of you to get it done. I need to make it clear up front that my motivation to serve on council is all about public service. I'm not looking for a launching pad for a future council run. This is an at-large seat that I wish to fill and serve the interests of the entire community. That includes the residents of all 5 districts. I don't live in District 4, and I think the residents of that district deserve a choice in 2 years among candidates who benefit not from appointed incumbency, but earn their seat by campaigning extensively in that district. Now, you all have my application and resume, and most of you know me in any event. I've been involved in San Mateo policy and activities for well more than a decade as a member and chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, Public Works Commission, now Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission, and of course the General Plan Subcommittee. I've been a longtime member of these city groups and a contributor to the city policies and operations that they impact. I'm currently chair of the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission and chair of the General Plan Subcommittee. I've also spent 5+ years on the board of San Mateo's largest anti-poverty agency, Samaritan House, seeing firsthand the challenges faced by the less affluent in our society. I'm currently board president of Sam House, and although we really live in an incredible city, there are significant challenges faced by many here, and we need to work hard for all of our residents. Now, several of you have been on city commissions and committees. I've sat next to several of y'all in that capacity. You know it's often an underappreciated exercise. But you also know that members of these groups tackle difficult city issues, work with staff, and field questions and comments from the public, often from a wide range of competing interests, and that you work hard to help staff and ultimately council move appropriate city actions forward. I want to pause for a moment and note what an incredible staff we have in this city. They truly are a joy to work with, and they're the folks that truly keep this place together and get things done, and I think everybody in this room needs to know that. Now, I've been in the middle of some difficult issues with vocal and passionate proponents on all sides. I've also twice been managing partner of my law firm, so I know what it's like to be a fire hydrant surrounded by dogs. Trust me. If appointed, I would bring to the council my analytical skills and my ability, possibly humor occasionally, but my ability to bring folks together with the goal of getting to yes. This comes in large part from my training and years of practice as a business attorney, advocating, negotiating, and obtaining agreements from disparate parties. Through all these efforts, I've worked hard to be a bridge builder, someone who listens to many, many people of various sides and, again, sometimes competing interests, and tries to bring people together. I've worked hard, mostly, not always successfully, to help chart a path for the greatest common good. Now, Council, I think it's time to get down to business. If you appoint me, I'm fully prepared to give all my efforts on behalf of all San Mateans for the next 2 years. We have a lot of important work to be done. We need to get our general plan and our housing element finished, compliant, and in place. Now, folks are worried about the perceived split amongst the council, the old elephant in the room. I'm not. I truly believe that 90% of the work the council will address in the coming months and years, we will all come to agreement. On the 5% where we may have differing views and approaches, well, we'll collaborate, compromise where appropriate, and get the important things done. I'm frankly excited at the opportunity to work with all of you. Now, I've heard Council members Diaz-Nash and Newsom express their support for Council member Lee for mayor, and I know that all 4 of you are people of goodwill. I say it's time to fill the 5th council seat and then move ahead and follow our traditional rotation. I would very much appreciate the opportunity to be that 5th council member and apply myself on behalf of all our residents. It's time for all of us to get to work for San Mateo. And now, I think I kept enough time for all those fun questions.
Thank you very much. Could you give us an example of a situation where you did deal with lots of divergent groups and brought people together and made a difference?
Yeah, all over the place in my professional life, but 2 times in the city. One I put in my materials. People often laugh about it, but the issue of dogs in city parks was a huge issue. Filled these chambers for a park commission meeting that would normally be held over in a conference room. And we had people who were adamant from the athletic community, didn't like stuff on their fields. We had people from the dog community, some who didn't like dogs off leash. It was incredible. People were vocal, and we sat down at the then park director and I and said, how can we resolve this? And we tried to see if somebody on the council, our liaison at that time, would take it over, and the council wanted nothing to do with it. So we did a little research. It's one of the times I got to, I'm not city attorney by a long shot, but I did a little look at the municipal code, figured out that the park director could actually put in place a pilot program without council approval. We didn't need to go and amend the code. So we put a plan in place. We met with disparate groups, got them to come in, and we ended up spending a little bit of money to fix up some of the parks to make them safer. Mostly it's the ball fields, some more fences, poop bags, availability. We got the citizens to agree to self-police. We set times, and it all worked out. And to this date, it's still a pilot program, but it's been going on for years, and there hasn't been any major problems with it, is all. Another one, which I'll be very brief on, is the small cell towers. It's something that you wouldn't think would be controversial, but you have people in the neighborhoods who really, really want their cell service to be upgraded. And then you get people who are very fearful of the radiation perceived as well as the aesthetics. And there were some interesting legal issues having to do with preemption at the federal level. There are only so many things cities can do to keep these cell towers out. The FCC is pretty much ruled out much. But what we did was we brought in, with staff, we brought in an expert to talk about the radiation risk and how you're at much greater risk of your cell phone next to your ear than you are of having a tower so far away. But then we also built, and again was with staff, we looked at what other cities did, but we heard all the speakers, and then we built a program that actually put in place appropriate notice and opportunity to weigh in, even if focused on aesthetics, because that gets the better result. So that even though if somebody really doesn't want this in the neighborhood, well, it's going to be in the neighborhood, but it's not going to be in front of their second floor window or right where their kid walks by every day. And to my knowledge, it's never come back before the commission. It's been a very successful program, both for the users and the people who are a little hesitant to have those towers in front of them.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. We just heard from an applicant who lives in District 4 and spoke a bit to why he felt it was important to have a specific District 4 representative. Of course, all the other applicants are not living in District 4 at this time, and so I guess I'd like to hear any thoughts you had on if you were the applicant to make it to council and we didn't select somebody from District 4, how the council could make sure that District 4 still felt represented between now and 2024.
Good question. First, I want to say that the former applicant is somebody I've known for many years, and I think the world of. So I would never say a negative thing in that direction, period. He'd be a wonderful member of this council if you all decide to go in that direction. But we've watched prior appointments and for a number of years, and it's typically a stepping stone or a lever of incumbency to running. And I really think, I mentioned in my little spiel, that I think the people in District 4 deserve to have somebody who spends a lot of time, as you did, Councilmember Lorraine, in District 5, knocking on doors and getting a sense of what their specific issues are, rather than having the leg up that incumbency does at these admittedly painfully down ballot races that we have for council. What I would do if I was the applicant, it was what I would do for all the districts. I mean, the beauty is not having to campaign, not having to fundraise. So that's a big time sink that you elected folks have to do. Congratulations. As an appointee, my expectation is I would spend a lot of time besides sitting on that side of the dais, but a lot of time going out to meetings, not asking for votes, not asking for money, just asking for input. What are their issues? And to the extent I don't know them, and I don't pretend to know every issue in every district, though I've spent a lot of time dealing with citywide matters, I would expect to learn quite a bit. I love to get educated and bring that back to the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
That's it? All right. Thank you all very much. Cheers.
Mr. Quintanilla.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Council members Lee, Nash, Lauren, and Newsome, thanks for having me, and thanks to our city manager, to our city clerk, our city attorney, and certainly to city staff for bringing us together tonight. I know there's a lot of work happening in the background, and it's so important that we can be here to have this conversation. And also, I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to the public who's joining us via Zoom and certainly in person, who are being a part of the civic process, which is just so important. I also wanted to acknowledge that there are a lot of people who are not here from different communities who either don't know about how this process works or why they should be here or what to ask. And so part of what we have to do as a collective community is find ways in which to highlight and include those perspectives. My name is Pablo Quintanilla. I've lived in San Mateo for 8, almost 9 years. I have a 3 and a 6-year-old. My beautiful wife, Silvana, sitting there in support, and she's with us. We're super proud to call this place our home. We live right off South Delaware and Magnolia, third blue house on the right-hand side. Our city, as you know, has outstanding community assets from which to build. We have a diverse racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic makeup. We're home to a strong technology sector, and our area has enjoyed economic growth for a number of years. We have good leadership in our school district, our library, and we have great community organizations. And we've traditionally enjoyed robust tourism that's benefited our small and medium-sized businesses, our retail sector, and has generated important revenue for the city. And yet there are many issues that we need to tackle together. In my view, these fall into 3 buckets. Number 1, infrastructure. 2, city finances, and then 3, quality of life. The first one, infrastructure. Today, our transportation, water treatment, and sewer pipelines are dated. Roads are unsafe to cyclists and pedestrians. Moving forward, we can and we will green our transportation fleet by 2030. We'll build our wastewater treatment facilities and help make roads safer so we can get people out of their vehicles, feeling safe, commuting to school, as one of the prior applicants mentioned, and importantly, emitting on a per capita basis less carbon than we currently do. It also helps stem traffic gridlock, by the way. City finances. Today, we see the toll of COVID on our retail and tourism sectors, and we now have macroeconomic factors like inflation, and we have a spike in interest rates affecting people's pocketbooks and certainly the city's pocketbooks as well. Debt is more expensive today than it once was. moving forward, we'll need to secure additional sources of revenue. We need to close unfunded commitments and relocate displaced businesses, whether because of new construction or because of COVID, who suffered through COVID. And we need to grow that tourism to pre-COVID levels, since it's such an important source of revenue for the city. Quality of life, which presumably every person in this room and not in this room cares about and wants to keep, maintain, and also improve. Today, we live in the fourth most prosperous county in the US. I think there's one in Connecticut and then two in the Washington, D.C. area, which are more prosperous. For all that's going well, we're incredibly stratified by income and race in this place, in this county, and certainly in the city. That means that educators and public servants can't afford to live here. And that's not an elusive group of people out there. It's people in this room who are part of this family, part of this group, people who are here. They're classmates and friends and colleagues and neighbors. That also means the poor and affluent children don't build meaningful ties. And we now know that one of the most important levers to pull poor children out of poverty is when they build meaningful ties with more affluent children. And the reason they're not doing it is because they don't have the spaces to build those meaningful ties. And last, I'll just say that COVID has really disproportionately impacted Latino communities and certainly other communities. So that's an issue of quality of life. Moving forward, we will make the changes needed to support very vulnerable people and unlock opportunities for all of our families. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. In fact, what's good for vulnerable families is really good for the rest of the community. But these are merely the public policy issues which I hope we'll get together, which I hope we'll get to work on together. I'm here as much because of my kind of policy interests as my conviction that I can have a positive impact on this group. So I'll give a couple of examples with the remaining time. One is service. Early in my career, I spent a year as a Coro Fellow in my hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. Anybody know Coro? It's a wonderful community organization born in the Bay Area that now exists around the United States to really enlist people into civic service. It was a formative experience because in 9 months, I rotated as a secondee for a political campaign, a labor union, a high-end bank, a health advocacy organization closing the urban-rural divide in Missouri, and then also an NGO and then the Housing Authority, which helped argue that the population in St. Louis had stabilized and thus required or merited additional funding from HUD. That then led me to go to public policy school and later serve as a US diplomat, first in Hong Kong and later in Beijing, and later working on US Middle East policy in Washington, D.C. And even if I've spent the last 10 years while I've lived here in San Mateo working in high tech or in a different sector, all the while I've spent my waking hours staying involved in communities around us, whether it is staying involved in places of worship or supporting people around them, to partnering with Sunnybrae Elementary principals several times over several years, during COVID certainly, to support families during COVID, to more recently serving on the Curiosity Board and joining the San Mateo County Leadership Council. Second, bridging divides. When I worked in the US Foreign Service, there were US policies that were really complex, that were nascent, that needed mending. No matter the circumstance, an initiative or program success was directly correlated to the level of buy-in by key stakeholders, including NGOs, governmental entities, and industry. And as an economic officer, I cultivated relationships with stakeholders who were weary of the United States in many cases. And by listening to their needs and partnering reliably, and that's really important, reliably over time, I bridged the gap. Last but not least, good judgment and effective decision-making. Maybe I'll take that hopefully as a question. That is the idea of making decisions responsibly and finding consensus. I'll end by saying that I want to serve on the council because I have experience across the nonprofit, business, and civics and civic sectors to make an impact now, not in 3 years or in 2 years or in 3 weeks or 3 months, now. I'm committed to public service, to closing divides, as I mentioned, and to making responsible decisions using the public good as a North Star. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quintanilla, and welcome. You speak very eloquently of policy, and you wrote down that your number one issue is stewardship of infrastructure. How do you translate policy when it comes to infrastructure into making programs happen on the ground in San Mateo? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Nash, Diaz-Nash. That's an interesting question because every public policy decision that we make or we don't make is essentially a design decision that then gets translated into a policy position or a decision about infrastructure, which may have unintended consequences many years after. And so the thing that I bring to this table is a lot of experience around two things. One is asking the really important questions around trade-offs, and that is, if we do this, that may mean that we don't do that. That's one. And then the second one is around unintended consequences, which is essentially what I do as a living at a technology company, and that is to help those building things understand what might be the unintended consequences of a decision that they're making today. What might those consequences be in the future? And that applies to public policy, and it applies to the city of San Mateo. Thank you.
Mr. Quintanilla, how do you envision that technology could be utilized to better expand civic engagement amongst people that are underrepresented in our city?
Thank you, Councilmember Newsom, and also we hadn't met, but we're neighbors, and so good to see you here. I think often we think of technology. I worked at a technology company for almost 10 years, working on what we called digital transformation, and one of the emerging and biggest customers that over time kind of rose to the top were were governments broadly. The national stage, the county level, at the state level, and so forth. And so there's certainly ways in which technology can play a role in digital transformation. On one end, in the inner workings of a body like this one, it can help make budgets more transparent. It can track why you've made a decision as you have, so that there's more explainability. You kind of ensure that position or that decision. You find ways in which to be very clear with the public. That's one way in which you want to engage it. And yet I think that often we put too many of our eggs in just the technology and think that that's going to solve the question of civic participation, and it doesn't. It's only one part of the equation. I think the other one is doing the hard work that some of the folks before me mentioned, and that is finding ways in which to tap community organizations through our libraries, through our PTAs, through our schools, through small and medium-sized businesses, inviting people to join us here. So you can speak up and be a part of the process as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quintanilla. Mr. Conway.
Good evening, thank you. Appreciate all the guys here. I wish there was a lady that could be with us, but that's not going to happen today. My name is Christopher Conway. People know me as Chris. I proudly self-identify as Irish, Republican, Roman Catholic. I'm married to a woman with a wonderful 8-year-old boy. I reside in San Mateo and actually just had a short walk over here for today's meeting. I am interested in serving on the San Mateo City Council because I've been a resident of San Mateo my entire life. I graduated from St. Gregory's in 1978 and Sarah High School in 1982. My first job in grammar school was delivering the San Mateo Times on my bicycle and actually delivered the paper to City Hall back in the mid-1970s. In 1979, at age 15, I was a busboy at Vince's Seafood and Restaurant. I then got a job at the gas station attendant at Art Gordon Chevron at the corner of El Camino and 20th Avenue before getting hired at Wayne's Mobile Station in Fiesta Gardens. Keep in mind, back in those days, people came out to your automobile, pumped your gas, checked the oil, and cleaned your windows. I did go away to college in San Diego, where I attended San Diego State University and received a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with an emphasis in finance. I came home to San Mateo in 1987 and immediately started working for Franklin Mutual Funds, an incredible company that has its origin in San Mateo and was first headquartered on Beauvais Road. I was then hired by Bank of America and went from the asset side of finances to the credit side. I found out I enjoyed lending people money rather than investing their money. I moved into exclusively doing real estate loans and have worked as a licensed mortgage loan originator since 1993, and I'm licensed by the state of California and the federal government. My market is and has been the entire peninsula, and I've been serving this market for 30 years, concentrating on single-family, multi-residential, and commercial properties. My grandfather's company of Conway and Culligan has built more single-family homes in the city of San Mateo than any other housing developer, including Bohannon, L.C. Smith, or Axel Johnson. Most of these subdivisions he built were purchased by returning veterans of the Second World War with the help of the newly enacted GI Bill. These affordable single-family home communities zoned R1 that he developed in San Mateo include, but not limited to, San Mateo Village, Fiesta Gardens, Sunnybray, Elmwood, and large tracts in the Hayward Park and College Park subdivisions. He also owned all land just west of City Hall here and called it the Polo Subdivision, as the entire land we are now on was once a polo field. My father built a home in this subdivision for his bride in 1958, and it is still part of our family to this day, 64 years later. My grandfather was also responsible, with the help of the San Francisco Diocese, in setting up a Sarah High School and obtaining the land it now sits on. For this, he was named the first president of the San Mateo chapter of the Sarah Club, not the environmental organization, but an organization honoring Saint Junipero Serra. I bring with me my decades of professional experience in finance, banking, real estate, and most importantly, lending. I can read and decipher financial statements. As the state becomes more punitive on housing policy to our city, I think it's important to have a fighter in City Hall to push back against attacks on our single-family neighborhoods. That includes the preservation of the R1 neighborhoods my grandfather built in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. Bringing in a conservative, slow-growth voice like mine would be critical on a temporary basis. While we would be responsible ultimately for the general plan and the housing element, I think my voice would be needed in order to preserve the character and charm of San Mateo and its neighborhoods. I have a deep, rich connection to San Mateo, and I believe I can bring a balance to the council and a unique point of view that cannot be duplicated by another candidate. My desire to serve is based on my love for this city, my experience as a longtime resident, and the knowledge of the true history of San Mateo. I'm not part of any political organization. I'm not affiliated with any nonprofit, nor do I represent any unions, special interests, or religious groups. I have worked in private sector my entire life and have never held a government job. I did, however, referee girls basketball in high school and was paid by the San Mateo School District, full disclosure. I am looking to serve 2 years and pledge never to run for another public office in my lifetime. I would consider this a temporary position and represent the entirety of San Mateo as the last vestiges of our at-large elections prior to the unfortunate threatened lawsuit by Mr. Rafferty just recently forcing us into district elections. My door would be open to every citizen voter in the city of San Mateo, no matter what district they live in. My door would be open to property owners, especially those who live in single-family neighborhoods who have up down now been excluded from the conversation. My door would be open to all those small businesses in the city of San Mateo who have been taxed and regulated to death. My door would be open to individuals of every faith. My door would be open to individuals of every race, gender, religion, and creed. My door would be open to all those in San Mateo who supported the voter-approved Measure Y. My door would be open to all 4 members of the City Council elected by either their district or at large and duly seated. I'm an honest, sincere, and hardworking man. I am a local guy who made good through hard work, perseverance, and attention to detail. My faith is very important to me, and I give back and serve the Catholic Church whenever I possibly can. If you want a guy who believes in local control on land use policies over the draconian tactics being used by our own state government, I am the right man for this job, as I believe that when your own government legislates to punish you, unless you do what they want, you have a government that no longer works for you. The history of San Mateo begins with horses and flowers. It now stands out as a destination for the entire world who want to live and work here. Let's grow at the speed we want. Let's push back against the unelected state agency HCD and question the authority and the roughshod tactics they have used against cities in California. The future of San Mateo should be in the hands of the people of San Mateo, not bureaucrats in Sacramento who use punishment and withhold our own tax money in order to force our hands under duress. That is not democracy, and that is not American. Take back San Mateo from Sacramento and their unrealistic housing numbers pulled out of thin air. Pick the candidate who will not bend to outside pressure and noise and be strong, independent voice for all San Mateo. On this day, the feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe, and in the city named after St. Matthew, let's work together on what is best for San Mateo and write our own narrative, not the narrative of people who live and work outside the city of San Mateo. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your application. Given your very deep business background, how do you think your experience could help you help us and help the small businesses, specifically around small business revival in San Mateo?
Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, I do not mean to be a Debbie Downer, but I think cities and municipalities throughout California are going to go through some hard times in the next couple years. My experience professionally is looking at financial statements. And if the revenues are cut, which I think they will be, I think we're going to have to do some budgeting.
I'm curious, as you've self-identified as a conservative,
Yes.
would like to hear what are some of the policies that you specifically would have opposed in the last several years?
Thank you for that question, Emerance Lee. What I do believe very deeply is in the separation of church and state. So my faith has nothing to do with what I legislate on or how I view the policies of San Mateo. So what I have done differently, I don't think it comes down to a vote, but the process of the housing element and general plan, I really don't feel that that was a good process, and it could have been done better.
If you don't mind, just a couple of follow-ups, like for example, minimum wage, eviction moratorium, any of the COVID policies that we have that we have enacted in the last several years. I've just, but the general plan is a very broad policy that has not yet been adopted. So if you could speak more specifically, I would appreciate that.
Specifically, I'll talk about minimum wage. That's okay. What I believe is in the free market, and I think wages should be determined between the employer and the employee. When the state government butts itself in, I think what you have then is problems. And the market gets out of balance when you have government step into something that should be dealt with in the market.
Thank you, Mr. Conway.
Thank you. Oh, I wanted to answer Max's question. I would have voted for the council member first and the mayor second, just to answer your question. Thank you.
Mr. Ebneter.
Well, you guys have a lot of great candidates to pick from. The only thing missing that is discouraging for me for this evening are some very high-quality women candidates, which would have rounded out the Diaz nicely. Good evening, council members. I'm John Ebneter. I've been a resident of San Mateo since 1999, served on numerous boards, nonprofits, sporting teams, a variety of different civic engagements, officially and non-official. Over the last 10 years, I have been instrumental in getting single-use plastic bags, and polystyrene banned in the county. Supervisor Dave Pine credited me as a key public advocate for creating Peninsula Clean Energy. As vice chair of the Sustainability Commission, we drafted the city's first climate action plan. As a planning commissioner against all smart money, I voted to save the Bridgepoint ice rink. My advocacy has won hard-fought renter protection policies. I have been unrelenting in advocating for housing for the physically and mentally challenged and for the elderly and child care facilities. Increasing the supply of low-cost housing is an overarching goal of mine. I have always put the public's interest first in my goals and decision-making processes. You know, doing what an appointed civic leader swears to do. I failed at getting leaf blowers banned in the city and was unable to include housing at the Hillsdale Mall expansion. The state will take care of the leaf blower issue, and sometime over the next decade, the mall will be full of housing. Learning how to lose with dignity and grace is part of the game. San Mateo County is the most vulnerable county in the state to sea level rise. San Mateo is directly in the bullseye of that target. Yet we choose to wallow in the ineffectual wasteland of petty local politics in lieu of addressing the myriad of challenges in safeguarding our lives and properties. All of our police and fire stations are in high-risk environmental disaster zones. Our one and only Office of Emergency Services will lose power due to minor flooding, thus not being able to coordinate a natural disaster response. Our main electrical power source, water treatment facility, wide swaths of residential neighborhoods, Highway 101 up to the El Camino Real are all in high-risk flood zones. We do not have a guaranteed water source for the already projected housing needs over the next 8 years. On top of those long-term yet extremely pressing issues, I would choose to work on getting our housing element certified by the state sooner than later. The state has soundly rejected the original submittal, and the window of certification is quickly closing. As of February 1, 2023, our housing element will most likely not be in compliance, meaning we will lose control over what can be built in this city. There will also be burdensome reporting processes and requirements going forward, with the strong possibility of financial losses due to the closure of funding sources for being out of compliance. As a council member, I would concentrate my energies on the above noted issues, starting with the housing element and then getting the general plan update complete. All the while having inventories and site evaluations of the public safety buildings done to determine the best methods of ensuring our public safety is met. Throughout history, when the existing power structure has been challenged, often the prevailing will purge all the detractors, strike fear and terror into the public, silence any opposition, and appoint subservient members to seats of power. It is my understanding that to meet some of the council members' threshold for filling this seat, I would need to agree to fire 3 existing planning commissioners and some sustainability and infrastructure members. Further, Amaris Lee's position is actively being challenged despite winning her election soundly. Not only does this all seem highly unethical and extremely counterproductive, it is also a complete waste of the city's limited time and budget. I'm also thinking that a Brown Act violation charge may be in the future if these schemes are made with legislative outcomes predetermined. Of course, if one of the council's goals is removing me from the Planning Commission, then you can accomplish that tonight by appointing me to the open seat. I would be happy to bring some sanity to this group. Thank you, Councilmember Lee, for exhibiting great courage and leadership through the onslaught of grief thrown at you. We are here to support you. I don't know about you, but I feel like I went to bed in San Mateo last Monday night and woke up in Mariposa County, Arizona, Tuesday morning, being run by Herschel Walker and Carrie Lake. Any sliver of respect or trust for this council has been thrown down the drain through utter disregard for civic procedure and decorum. Embarrassment barely describes my feelings as a San Mateo resident tonight. With the public now furious over the stonewalling tactics of 2 council members, there is talk of more recall efforts. For the untold numbers of Californians who, like me, have lost family members through the horror of being homeless, well-run local governments can be a matter of life and death. The unprecedented delays in getting this council reorganized is directly threatening the well-being of those with the most to lose. This is not some small-town political game without far-reaching consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your comments. I was hoping you could share some ideas you have to restore trust with the public and work better as a team on this council.
Pick a mayor. Pick the mayor who should be picked and should have been picked a week ago. Pick from this group of highly efficient people to fill the next seat. Set your game plan for going through the next 6 months to address the issues that are going to be coming your way very, very quickly. And as we have done in One San Mateo, a local renter advocacy group, get out into the public, shake hands, meet people, and build their faith. I have been told by a dozen people how upset they are. And these are not people who are following political actions. These are people who are going, what is going on down there? What is happening? I can't believe it. And this has only been a week. So you guys have put yourselves in some really difficult positions. And without trust from your public, you will not be able to govern efficiently. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think they're finished.
I was hoping I was out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Ebneter. You, in particular, have a great deal of understanding in the housing area and understand that there are a lot of people who feel there's a real jobs housing imbalance in this area, not just in this city. If you were on council, what might you try and focus on to address that concern? Thank you.
A lot of the roadmap that the council would need to follow is already in place. The Planning Commission was told roughly a year ago that we did not need to consider rezoning to meet the current Cycle 8 housing element. That information was not accurate. We need to do rezoning in strategic areas to make sure that we can get the housing. People are concerned with businesses downtown. There was a downtown business plan put together 10 years ago that said we need 20,000 people to live downtown to make it viable. There aren't 20,000 people downtown. The housing is not being planned for it. Downtown is going to suffer. So we know what we need to do. We just need to put the steps forward so they can be accomplished.
Mr. Ebneter, the market has definitely changed as we come out of the pandemic. More and more people are working remotely. Do you think that we should be slowing down the build of office space and replacing that instead with housing?
Office space is built over housing because it is more economically feasible and more profitable long-term. The state sets that, and so does the federal government set it by their financing programs. We can adjust that by incentivizing housing in our area. Yes, it can be done. We can't accomplish it with lower height limits. It's not going to work. We need to give developers the tools to be profitable in residential as much as they are in commercial. So yes, there's ways to do it. This council can do it. This city can do it. It just needs the political will to be pushed. That it? Thank you.
Okay, so we're finished with our council interviews. We will next move into public comment. I think we need to give folks a few minutes to be able to put speaker slips in, so I would suggest a 10-minute recess, but I'd like to give Patrice a minute to make some announcements.
Thank you. Just a moment, please. Deputy City Clerk Martin McTaggart will go through the audience and pick up your speaker slips from you, make it a little bit easier on you. Assistant to the City Clerk, Erin Fellers, is in Conference Room C, Overflow, and she's picking up speaker slips from there. If you have not filled out a speaker slip yet, they're the yellow slips in the back. Please do fill them out. What we'll do is we'll get a count for how many speakers we have in the in person here, and then we'll determine how many speakers those are. Announce who the last speaker in-house is, and then we will take the Zoom. On Zoom right now, if you intend to offer public comment on this item, please raise your hands now. And then we can go ahead and take that break, and Martin is going to go around in here, and Erin in the other room.
Patrice, I have a question. So I think that there may be a lot of people who want to speak. I would propose that the council disallow people speaking multiple times, but if there is someone who wants to speak, that they are given the opportunity and that we don't have a cutoff.
The rules are to try and find out how many numbers of them.
Right. So we don't have a last person and then an end point? Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
It's up to council.
Okay. So my preference, there's a lot of people here. I think there's a lot of people online that all want to speak, and sometimes people who want to speak become inspired to speak later hearing other people speak. And so, in the interest of allowing a full and open public process, this is a really important item, and I think that I don't think that there is a strong justification for cutting off public speaking opportunities if people wish to speak. And I'm not suggesting that people speak multiple times. I'm just suggesting that we allow everyone to have a turn.
City Clerk, I guess I'm curious to learn how much time we're thinking of allotting each speaker.
We have a guideline we had put in place where if it's 10 and under, it's 3 minutes. If it's between 11 and 20, it's 2 minutes, and anything over that is 1 minute each. And I suspect we're going to be over that.
I appreciate the spirit of Councilmember Lee's comment, but I do think just from a logistical perspective, it might be difficult to keep it open given how we have proceeded in previous meetings of import with those restrictions and had a robust conversation. I'm not sure that we need to keep it open beyond the city clerk's guidelines.
Councilmember Lorraine, I would concur, but I think we need to give everyone ample notice as to when your cutoff will be and really encourage everyone who wants to speak to fill out a slip and get it down or raise your hand. I know some people last week said they felt they weren't seen on Zoom. I don't know the background, but if we say, look, particularly for people who are on Zoom, raise your hand and keep it up, that we can really go out of our way to try and give people the opportunity, but I support the idea of having a cutoff time.
Okay, so if you would like to speak, please fill out a speaker slip now. We will take speaker slips until 8:10 p.m. when we will reconvene. All right, if we can come in and take our seats, we're going to get started again. All right, Patrice, are we ready to resume?
Yes, Mr. Corbett, we are. So if you have not yet turned in your speaker slip for this appointment item, please do make sure you bring it up right now. And that goes for the overflow in Conference Room C. On the Zoom call, we have 107 attendees with 25 hands raised. And in person, we have 60 speaker cards. So we have quite a few speakers, so we're going to be using the 1 minute rule. And I wanted to remind everyone that we have received all your written comments, your email comments, the letters, and those are all available online. And if they're coming in, I see some coming in even now, and those will be posted online after the meeting also. So we will be doing the 1 minute, and I will start in the House. Are there any more speaker slips to come forward? Now is your time to turn in the speaker slips. Okay, and online, please raise your hand now in order to get in the queue to give public comment. If your hand is not raised at this point in time, in a moment, I will announce who the last speaker will be, both in person and on the Zoom call. So please raise your hand now and quickly bring me your speaker slip if you don't have not done it yet. Okay, I'm going to call out for in-person comments. We're going to ask you to line up against this wall. I'm going to do 5 ahead so that there's plenty of room and time for people to come from the other room also, so you'll know where your place in line is. So in person, our last speaker is Margaret Lukens. And online, please make sure you've raised your hands. We have 27 speakers, and the last speaker is Linda Hedges. Thank you. So our first speaker is going to be Linda Bald, followed by Suzanne Bonilla, then Aaron Chavez, and then Ryan Motashemi, and then Rick Bonilla. So the first 5 speakers, if you could line up against this wall, or if you're the first speaker, you could be in front. And give me just I forgot you're doing it. Go ahead.
Good evening. I have no idea how to do this, so you'll have to forgive me. I came because I love this city, and I'm concerned about this division that's happening in this council. And I know and I believe that you are all people of goodwill and that you all care about the city, or else you wouldn't have run for it. I am here to ask you to please elect a mayor tonight, and to do it before the council is chosen, as I understand, is part of the charter. And on a second point, I would really like you guys to work together. I am a Sunnybray resident, live next to the Sunnybray Park, taught at Sunnybray School. So we've been here for over 30 years, and we need to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Suzanne Bonilla, followed by Aaron Chavez, Ryan Motashemi, Rick Bonilla, and then Stephen Floor.
Suzanne went to the ladies' room.
Oh, okay, we'll come back to her. Aaron Chavez.
Oh, wait, there she is.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Bonilla. First things first, let's pick a mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, Aaron Chavez, followed by Ryan Motashemi, Rick Bonilla, Stephen Floor, and then David Heyer.
Good afternoon, or good evening, members of the council, and a big thank you to city staff that's had to put up with a lot this last week. My name is Erin Kaiser. I'm the president of the Peninsula Young Democrats, and I am standing with many of the people here tonight saying that the first order of business that you guys need to take care of is appointing a mayor. It is ridiculous, the process that we have been through. Amarance Lee is the only member of this council with any governing experience on this body. It is her turn to be the mayor. She has worked for it. She has been doing this work for 4 years. She will be the first Asian woman mayor of this city. And it's really disappointing to me to see people that I've worked with and people that I know personally, Lisa, that have not put the right priorities here. And also, maybe we would have any women running for this seat if you didn't treat your fellow council members like this. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping again, our decorum rules. Thank you. No clapping, no cheering, no jeering, all of that, just so everyone has a time to give their comments. Ryan Motashemi is next, followed by Rick Bonilla, Stephen Floor, David Heyer, and Mariva Godfrey.
Good evening, council. I stand here and thank all of the applicants for putting themselves out there. However, the relative calm of the room is in stark contrast to the mayoral crisis that the obstruction of Amarance Lee's selection of mayor has caused. The city manager is presiding over this meeting. That should not be happening. We should have a mayor, and in all the time that I can remember, we have always had a mayor presiding over our meetings. And on December 5th, former Mayor Rick Bonilla concluded his term, and for a whole week, we have had this crisis, and it is quite unfortunate. It is a perversion of the city charter, and it is caused by Nash and Newsom's, Councilmember Diaz-Nash and Councilmember Newsom's obstruction of the mayoral selection. It's an unprecedented delay, and we must rectify it by appointing the mayor as the first order of business. This is ridiculous. End this madness. Appoint the mayor now.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker for the Zoom audience, the last speaker will be George. There are 28 speakers there. George will be last. Right now, Rick Bonilla is going to speak, followed by Stephen Floor, then David Heyer, Mariva Godfrey, and then Marlena Tam.
Thank you, everybody. First, I want to thank all of our staff for being here, for continually being here, working long and late hours, doing extra work as a result of the crisis that we seem to have confronting us right now. I also want to thank all of the members of the public who are assembled here to express themselves regarding the elephant in the room, which is the fact that we don't have a mayor. I understand we're here right now to talk about candidates for the council, but we're not there yet. We haven't completed step one. We need to complete step one. We have to have a mayor. I like the city manager, but he's not the mayor. I know, I've been the mayor. It's an important job. There are a lot of things to do. I did a lot of things over a period of many years. Not always as the mayor, but always as the city council, I did a lot of things. It's important that we stick to the process, that we follow order, and that we elect the person who is set to rotate into this office in an orderly manner. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Floor. We will be followed by David Heyer, then Mariva Godfrey, Marlene Tam, and then Chris Brousseau.
Hi, my name is Stephen Floor. I'm a parent of 2 Baywood students. I also volunteer on the Baywood PTA and various school district task forces. I'm speaking tonight directly to Councilmember Diaz-Nash, who represents me in District 1. History has shown us repeatedly that democracy is not a guarantee. Instead, democracy is upheld by tradition, respect for process, and respect for order. If I spoke out of turn in this room, I'd be called out of order. Tonight, the agenda is out of order since we're hearing from city council candidates before the first order of business for the new council appointing the mayor, which should be Amarance Lee. I feel bad for these interesting candidates over here with pressing issues for having to present under this dark cloud. My young kids often tell me that taking turns is fair. Councilmember Lee is due to be mayor. Please appoint her. And Councilmember Diaz-Nash and Newsom, please commit to upholding the intent behind democratic process in the future and not just the letter of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Heyer, and thank you for the pronunciation. And then Mariva Godfrey, then Marlene Tam, and then Chris Brousseau, and then Cindy Hui.
Good evening, Council. I come before you tonight to express my strong support to the Council, for the Council to appoint Mr. Richard Hedges to the at-large vacancy. I've had the pleasure of working him at the San Mateo Labor Council and have gotten to know him over the past year. He's the right person for the job, not only because of his extensive and quite incredible experience, but also because he is a bridge builder, While at this time, the council is incredibly divided, as I think is evident this evening, I hope that it won't stay that way. And it's vital that we appoint someone who has a proven commitment to compromise and consensus. So council, I ask that you please appoint Mr. Richard Hedges to the at-large vacancy because we need a proven leader for our city to function. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mariva Godfrey, followed by Marlene Tam, Chris Brousseau, and then Cindy Hui.
Thank you. Mariva Godfrey, 41-year resident of San Mateo, retired school teacher from the San Mateo City School District and a resident of District 4. I also agree that we're out of order, but it's been stated numerous times that the reason for delaying selecting the mayor is needing the fifth person on board for full, and I'm quoting, full representation of San Mateo. That will not happen unless a District 4 resident is selected for that seat now. Fair and equitable representation is a democratic process that Mr. Hedges has worked arduously for all his life. His 43 years as a District 4 resident, plus all his numerous qualifications to serve on council and his unparalleled knowledge of issues affecting District 4 make him irrefutably the best candidate to round out City Council. You pledge to serve your district and all the residents in San Mateo. This is the opportunity then to walk the talk. Please select Rich Hedges to the fifth seat. It's never the wrong time or too late to do the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marlene Tam, followed by Chris Brousseau, then Cindy Hui, and then Chris Cavaggio.
Thank you for moving forward with the selection of the fifth council member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I favor Cliff Robbins based on his depth of leadership experience on city commissions, community organizations and foundations, and a neighborhood association. I believe he'll constructively contribute to the process of deliberating issues, ensuring thoughtful balance, and working towards consensus among council members. I also appreciate his approachability. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Brousseau, followed by Cindy Hui, then Chris Cavaggio, and then Karen Tho.
Good evening. My name is Chris Brousseau, 22-year resident of San Mateo. First off, I'd like to thank everybody who applied for pitching in. It's great to see such a strong pool of talent who love San Mateo, so thank you. I'm here to say I know there's a lot of interest in a lot of things that aren't the problem at hand. The problem at hand is picking this fifth seat. That's the agenda. Thank you for sticking to your guns and following that through. I'd like to recommend that the council pick Cliff Robbins. I'd like to recommend that because I think the skills he talked about brokering tough problems and coming to resolution with consensus, exactly the kind of thing this council needs. I also particularly think that the idea of people who are not going to run again is a key selection criteria. District 4 should have a representation from their district, and that's scheduled in 2 years with the regular elections. I think picking somebody who's purposely not setting themselves up to run is great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Hui, followed by Chris Cavaggio and Karen Tho, and then Willa Falk.
I'm disheartened by the insinuations of racism against Councilmember Nash that only serve to divide instead of unify. Councilmember Nash has been helping to ensure the safety of the senior Asian community as the most dedicated weekly volunteer patroller after an elderly Asian woman was robbed and an Asian hate crime occurred in the city. Her patrols have been seen by police officers, police chief, and former Mayor Bonilla. Unlike those who do not take action, she has been serving our community with committed time and energy. When there were roadblocks in bringing a free cultural Asian event to San Mateo, she was so supportive in helping to make it happen. It's an absolute shame that her support and dedication to our Asian community have not been returned. I call for the immediate stop of this divisive and groundless racist insinuations against Councilmember Nash. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Cavgiello, Karen Tho, Willa Falk, and then Peter Yatrakis.
Hi, my name is Chris Cavgioli. I know Emirates. We were in a project together back in a middle school thing. I don't like the all this narrative around here about bringing up, race and all this kind of stuff. I think that we're all created equal. We should be non-discriminative, not discriminative. And I like the idea of picking a council member, and then and I like when I heard the interviews, I like Cliff because he sounds like he really likes to listen to the different positions and form consensus, and that's what we're here about. There's a potential of being divided, and that's where we need more people that are voting for consensus or for listening to each other's positions and points of view, because that's how we work as a society. We should listen to each other and do the right thing. So that's my position.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Karen Tho, Willa Falk, Peter Yatrakis, and then Craig Arnott. I will try and spell this, T-L-O-E-W. Okay, if she's not in the house, I'll set that aside for now. Willa Falk is next, followed by Peter Yatrakis, and then Craig Arnott.
Good evening, Council. My name is Willa Falk. I live in District 4. I live in Harbortown, and I'm also Vice President on the Board of Directors of Harbortown. I'm here to endorse Rich Hedges. He is a regular speaker in our monthly meetings. He is so knowledgeable, not only about District 4, but of all of San Mateo and anything that's going on around the area. We have not had anyone that lives in District 4 in a long time. I think it's important. We have a lot of things going on. Rich brought up the fact that there's the lagoon. We have major traffic issues. We're working on the fish market redevelopment. And we have life science going on all around us, which Rich has already helped us with. So, Rich Hedges, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Yatrakis, followed by Craig Arnott, Salish Kumar, and then Brant Grotti.
Good evening. We didn't plan this, but I'll just start from where Willa left off. I live in the HOA, Harbortown as well. I'm here to support Rich Hedges, mainly because of his great experience, but I'm also the benefactor of the work of the levees, and that's an important issue I think all of you will be facing. As Johnny Cash once said in his song, "How high is the water, mama? 5 feet and rising." Well, guess what? The bay is not going to go away. You've got the slough. You've got other water issues to address. He's very knowledgeable in many of these things, including the things we're going through with our HOA, with SB 326, with the issue of the balconies. You won't have to face it, but it is a state issue that does impact many of your constituents. Again, with his experience, that's why I'm supporting Richard for his candidacy to the City Council.
Thank you, Peter.
Disclosure, I was on the senior commission, and your lovely clerk swore me in back in.
Okay, next speaker is Craig Arnott, followed by Salish Kumar, then Brant Grotti, and then Fred Hansen.
Hello, I'm Craig Arnott. I'm here to strongly recommend the approval of Rich Hedges to be named to the position of the council member, obviously from District 4. I've known Rich for many, many years, probably 25 years, and I would consider Rich to be probably overqualified, believe it or not, for this job. I hear people, talking tonight, talking about, I will do this, and Rich can say, I have done that, I have done this, and I have done that. So now that I'm learning about the massive task that you folks have ahead of you, nobody's overqualified. So Rich Hedges, I believe, is the best qualified, and let's get Rich and Mayor Lee in position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Salish Kumar, followed by Brant Grotti, then Fred Hansen, and then Katie Bush.
How you guys doing? Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I grew up in San Mateo. I am a student that went to Beresford Elementary before we sold our school ground to the senior center. I love the city of San Mateo. I believe we had a lot of strong candidates come up and speak. I would like to add my endorsement for Cliff Robinson. I believe he's a good man who has helped the city in the Parks and Rec division, and he's an attorney. He knows how to negotiate and get things done. So I would like you guys to pick Cliff Robinson. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brant Grotti, followed by Fred Hansen, then Katie Bush, and then Justin Alley.
Good evening, council members. Somebody said earlier that District 4 hasn't had a representative for a while. I think I may have been the last one, and that's been quite a while ago. So I'm here actually to recommend that you appoint Rich Hedges. He does live in my neighborhood, but he's not just isolated in that neighborhood. Rich has a broad interest and a broad knowledge of the entire city of San Mateo, and has walked many of its neighborhoods for years and years and years. So I think that he would do well to do this. I think thinking too about regional connections that the city council has to maintain, he will be helpful there. He has great negotiating skills and he listens well. So please think about nominating and appointing Rich Hedges. Thank you.
Thank you, Brant. Fred Hansen, followed by Katie Bush, then Justin Alley, and then Peter Hanley.
What he said. When my ancestors came here in San Francisco in the 1850s, they lived in a boat, the streets were dirt, traffic was horrible. It hasn't changed. I was the last appointed city councilman. I know how you feel. I'm sorry. I've sat there. I know what you need. And what you need is someone who will invent the future I'm going to live in, you're going to live in, our kids are going to live in. And Rich Hedges is that person. It isn't making good decisions. It isn't the history you had. It is the ability to act on a vision, see a vision where we need to be, and work really hard at it. And 100 years from now, the roads will be bad, housing will be bad, and hopefully traffic will be better.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katie Bush, followed by Justin Alley, then Peter Hanley, then Jack Matthews.
Hi, I'm speaking only for myself. I'm asking you to appoint Rich Hedges, who could start competently on day one. He's the only candidate from District 4, where I've lived for 8 years, though I can't afford Harbortown. District 4 needs representation in the general plan process. Someone who has walked to Apple Fritter for breakfast, who has actually traveled east to west on Hillsdale or Fashion Island during peak traffic, and who has smelled the wastewater treatment plant from their kitchen on a windy day. That's Rich, and I have him to thank for the bathroom at the park I can see from my apartment window. I'm also not concerned about Rich being the incumbent. He has the integrity to make the right decision in 2024 to ensure District 4 has a representative council member. But please make no mistake, you should not appoint Rich until you have a mayor, the League of Women Voters, the NAACP, the National Women's Political Caucus, the Jewish Democratic Club of Silicon Valley. Each of these organizations has told you, Councilmember Newsom, and you, Councilmember Diaz-Nash, that what you're doing is wrong.
Thank you, Justin Alley, followed by Peter Hanley, then Jack Matthews, and Alicia Ong.
Hello, council, staff, and public. I'm Justin Alley, a lifelong resident. In normal times, when considering a council appointment, I would most likely use my public comment to extol the virtues of a particular candidate. However, we are sadly starting with a much lower bar at this stage in the process. Therefore, I would like instead to give voice to several overriding values. Firstly, a fifth council member must be solemnly committed to their oath of office. Secondly, a fifth council member must be committed to the transparent exercise of public reason. Such a person must resist accepting obstruction as an end state. Thirdly, a fifth council member must uphold fairness and equity as guiding lights. They must not promulgate double standards. And finally, a fifth council member must always listen with open ears to the public, to the advice of staff, to the wisdom of other leaders, and to the solicited knowledge of experts. In short, a fifth council member must act as a check and balance against the scorched earth, my way or the highway power plays of one half of the council.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Hanley, followed by Jack Matthews, then Alicia Ong, and then Connie Weiss.
Good evening, council members. I'm here to support Rich Hedges. I'm completing 21 years on the San Mateo Union High School District Board, so I've had a lot of experience working with elected officials and being an elected official, and I think Rich has both the temperament and experience to be an excellent member of the council. I've worked with him on a number of issues. I've known him for probably 25, maybe even 30 years now. I worked with him on the FEMA issue on flood control. I've worked with him on a number of development issues in District 4. I live in District 4. I agree with a number of other speakers that District 4 needs some representation. We have a lot of key issues. The fish market, I've worked on that and made public comment on that to you previously. So thank you.
Thank you. Jack Matthews is the next speaker, followed by Alicia Ong, then Connie Weiss, and then Yiming Liu.
Good evening. It is my pleasure tonight to endorse Rich Hedges for appointment to the City Council. I first met Rich in 2001 when we both served on the Rail Corridor Citizens Advisory Committee. This plan ultimately was resulting in over 600 acres of land that was master planned for development, and you can see the benefits today. Those of us who know Rich know how much he cares about our city, as demonstrated by his continued involvement over many years to the betterment of our city. Rich is a moderate person who I think you will find is a pleasure to work with, who strives for consensus and will solve problems. We're all at a very uncomfortable time in our city's history. I can't recall the last time we had so much passion and discord. Rich has the qualities we need now. He is level-headed, qualified, and above reproach. He can serve as a peacemaker and will help bring us all back together.
Thank you. Alicia Ong, followed by Connie Weiss, and then Yiming Liu, and then Jackie Rigoni.
As a District 1 resident, I've been very disappointed by your actions, Councilmember Diaz-Nash. It seems at this point that you and Councilmember Newsom are obstructing the process in order to pick the fifth council member, and doing this via shady backroom deals. And San Mateo deserves better than this. San Mateo and its residents deserve honesty and transparency. As a publicly elected official, at the bare minimum, be honest, be transparent, be better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Connie Weiss, followed by Yiming Liu, then Jackie Rigoni, then Shelley Kessler.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. This is an important meeting, and I appreciate that the council will be deciding the fifth council member with equal votes. I would like to give my endorsement for Cliff Robbins, who will provide balance and be a bridge builder, as well as a caretaker for this seat until the 2024 District 4 election. His extensive experience and mature leadership will give him a deep understanding of how governments work and how organizations like Samaritan House work. His experience as an attorney will bring an additional viewpoint to council's deliberations, and he will provide insight into the needs of all members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yiming Liu, followed by Jackie Rigoni, Shelley Kessler, and then Michelle Hudson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Yiming. I'm a senior at Crystal Springs Upland School in Hillsborough, and I bike to school through San Mateo, first on Fashion Island from Foster City, and then right on 19th, which turns into Grant past the Trader Joe's. I'm commenting in support of Max Mautner. I met Max through Move San Mateo, an organization advocating for safer infrastructure for pedestrians and cyclists. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate his advocacy and organizing to make my commute safer, because biking on Fashion Island during peak hours feels like a near-death experience. But let's first get a mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jackie Rigoni, followed by Shelley Kessler, then Michelle Hudson, then Sue Blockstein.
I am so encouraged by so many qualified applicants who would dare enter this fray. But first, a mayor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelley Kessler, followed by Michelle Hudson, then Sue Blockstein, then Nancy Schneider.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And also thanks to all the staff who have been here and did all of this work for so long and so many hours. Y'all deserve a raise and more time off. So I'd like to say that I have been a San Mateo City resident for 33 years and have known Rich Hedges all that time. I live in District 4, and actually, speaking about Brant Grody, I know him when he still had a ponytail. So, been around for a while, and you can tell how many people respect and trust Rich Hedges because so many have come to you this evening to advocate on his behalf, even Mr. Robbins. So, you know that he would make an excellent person to have on your city council. He has a great history. He's done so much for this city for so many years. So thank you very much for this time, and I hope that you select him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michelle Hudson, followed by Sue Blockstein, then Nancy Schneider, then Ted McKinnon.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michelle Hudson, and I'm a longtime resident of San Mateo District 1. I do not support the selection of a 5th council member at this time. The council must select our mayor first. At last Wednesday's council meeting, I presented a petition by a coalition of community leaders, organizations, and community members requesting that the new city council's first order of business shall be the selection of council member Amarantz Lee as mayor in accordance with democratic process and the norms of our city. The petition now has over 1,000 signatures and spans 23 pages. Council members Diaz-Nash and Newsom, you have grossly misjudged the community. We have no tolerance for your obstructive tactics and personal rewriting of the rules for political gain. Over 1,000 community members are calling on you to do the right thing and select Council Member Lee as mayor now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sue Blockstein, followed by Nancy Schneider, then Ted McKinnon, and then Megan Strain.
Hi, I'm Sue Blockstein, and I live in District 1. I'm going to read some of the comments from the petition. From Belinda, City Council Lee has the experience and integrity to be an excellent mayor. I'm very unhappy with how she has been treated. From Elizabeth, Councilmember Lee will be mayor regardless of the current efforts by others on the City Council to postpone the correct and rightful transfer of the mayor position to her. Councilmember Nash claims on her website to empower women. It's time for her to walk her talk and vote in Councilmember Lee as mayor of the city of San Mateo this evening. Jacqueline, I support the peaceful transfer of power. Amarantz Lee has proven herself a leader. Barb, the city manager and city attorney strongly and repeatedly advised the council to elect a mayor and deputy mayor in line with City Charter Section 2.09. We are blessed to live in a city with professional, nonpartisan employees. Their advice should be followed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nancy Schneider, followed by Ted McKinnon, then Megan Strain, and then Jeremy Sonfer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Schneider. I'm also a resident of District 1. I'm going to continue reading the comments, and I will continue Barb's message from where Sue stopped. Lee was elected citywide and therefore is the only person on the current four-person council with that distinction. It will also be true when the 5th appointed person joins the council. I am appalled we have city council members disregarding our city charter while publicly condemning the same behavior by others in national elections. San Mateo needs a mayor now, and Councilman Lee is the most qualified based on her citywide election and 3 years of council experience. From Nicola, There is a well-defined protocol for how San Mateo gets their mayor. This obstruction on the first day of this new city council is a terrible start. From Anthony, the heart has reasons that the reason doesn't understand. This outrage, discrimination to delay the transfer of the mayor position when Emma proves she is the most qualified.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ted McKinnon, followed by Megan Strain, then Jeremy Sonper, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Continuing the petition, the most qualified experience with legislative process and mandated by the San Mateo Constitution. As a longtime San Mateo resident, I'm so disappointed by these newly elected council members. Please do the right thing tonight for your integrity and lead by example for your own children and next generations. Justin says, I support democracy. Tanner says, how shameful that Diaz-Nash and Newsom are trying to jam the system simply because they don't have all the power they'd like to amass. With or without a petition, there is a process to follow, and I expect the council to transfer the mayoral role immediately per its charter. Infuriating and embarrassing behavior. Michael says, I believe that all the candidates are supposedly elected and have agreed to do what is in the best interest for the city of San Mateo. This means putting in the most qualified person to be mayor and also to continue the rotation tradition.
Thank you. The next speaker is Megan Strain, followed by Jeremy Somper, Jordan Grimes, and then Ali Sapperman.
Good evening. My name is Megan Strain from District 2. I'm a proud resident of San Mateo, and I'm here to finish up with a few more entries from our petition. Tanner from San Mateo says, how shameful that Diaz-Nash and Newsom are trying to jam the system simply because they do not have all the power that they'd like to amass. With or without a petition, there is a process to follow, and I expect the council to transfer the mayoral role immediately per its charter. Laura from San Jose says, I would like for Lee to take her rightful place as mayor. Joan from San Mateo says, I strongly support the experience and leadership of Councilwoman Lee and feel she should be the next mayor. Phoebe says that please do the right thing and appoint Councilmember Lee to San Mateo mayor. Gordon from San Mateo says, as someone who first moved to San Mateo in 1979, I'm surprised and disappointed to see this happening. Thank you so much for listening to our petition. We also have a copy that I'll leave here with Patrice. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jeremy Sonper, followed by Jordan Grimes, then Ali Sapperman, and then David Elligator.
Hi. I'm here in support of Emerence Lee for mayor, and to those who wish to elect a fifth council member before choosing the mayor, I just have one question, which is how? There are 8 candidates over there who have good qualifications, good opinions, diverse thoughts, and there's 4 of you, 8 of them, like you have an even number, and it can be hard to make that decision without a tie-breaking vote or a mayor who can break the tie in the event of a deadlock. I believe most people on this council should at least agree that Emerence Lee should be the mayor eventually. So the question really becomes, should she be mayor now or should it be later? And this is 2 choices and has led to hours of debate, deadlock, comments, petitions, everything. It seems like choosing out of 8 of them in this state of council would be a fool's errand. So please choose Emerence Lee now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Grimes, followed by Ali Sapperman, then David Elligator, and then Lena Lee.
Good evening, Council, and I do not get to say Honorable Mayor once again tonight because there is none. Jordan Grimes, lifelong San Mateo resident, as well as the political director of the Peninsula Young Democrats. It's deeply disappointing to be here tonight, addressing this body for the 3rd time in a week, once again without a mayor. Once again, while council members Nash and Newsom sit here, refusing to do their jobs. On a personal note, since I am here, I want to express support for 2 candidates tonight, assuming you come to your senses and elect Councilmember Lee as mayor. Those candidates are Mason Fong and Rich Hedges. I've known Mason since high school. We attended Aragon High together. He is a Don like myself. He has spent considerable time on the eastern side of the city, is tremendously knowledgeable, and has experience that no one else has. Rich Hedges, I believe to be one of the kindest people in San Mateo. There's not a mean bone in his body. He's tremendously experienced as well and would make a fine candidate and fine council member. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali Sapperman, followed by David Alligator, then Lena Lee, and then Tom Leese.
Good evening. My name's Ali Saperman, and I just want to take a look at the candidates tonight. Like, they seem like great men, but can't note the lack of diversity here. And when we see the lack of diversity, meaning we don't have any non-men candidates, you think and wonder why. And then you look at what's happened in the past week, when we have a well-qualified woman who is more qualified than we probably could ever wish for an appointment. And with the blatant disrespect that Emirates has received, I couldn't imagine why any non-men would feel welcome or comfortable applying for this council. It's really disappointing, and the only way to reverse this and change the name that San Mateo is getting is to appoint Amarance Lee as mayor before we appoint the 5th person to the council. It's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Alligator, followed by Lena Lee, then Tom Leese, and then David Clark.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Alligator. I'm an architecture buff and an aficionado of vibrant cities. I'm also a homeowner in North Central, District 2, and I love the city of San Mateo. We in North Central would greatly benefit from increased development, both housing and commercial. We need increased height limits and careful consideration of design standards to ensure high quality, architecturally interesting buildings that will improve and beautify our city. The conflict in City Council appears to be based on fear of growth and change and the pace of growth and change. We in North Central can use some well-considered change and increased height limits. I believe council should follow its precedent and first appoint the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lena Lee, followed by Tom Leese, then David Clark, and then Charlotte Chang.
Hello, everybody. I have lived in San Mateo for 6 years. I am in District 1. I've never been into any political event in my whole life, but I'm here tonight living my 2 young children with my husband at home, who is supporting my decision to be here because I'm mad. Because what has been done in here that San Mateo still has no mayor at this point is simply just wrong. And I want to voice for those young families and who deeply care about the city, want the city to move forward to the bright future. And we urge every one of you to appoint Amarance Lee to be the mayor tonight. That's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Leese, followed by David Clark, then Charlotte Chang, and then David Nault.
Hi, I just want to say that I've known Lisa and Rob for years, and they're wonderful, amazing people, and we're all brothers and sisters, and I don't question anyone's motives, and I think that Amarance is going to be your mayor very soon, and I was going to nominate Brock Purdy to fill the 5th seat. If that's possible. And actually, I really loved what all the candidates had to say. And just to show you, Dave and I have opposite beliefs, but we're good friends. And that's what I hope for all of us. We can have opposite beliefs and still be good friends. And I think District 4 would be very well represented by Rich Hedges. So I'd like to vote for Rich first, and then the other 4 tied for the 2nd place. Thank you so much. For the other rest.
Next speaker is Dave Clark, followed by Charlotte Chang, then David Nault,
Council people.
and Sarah Fields.
I think before appointing a mayor, before selecting a council person, there's an apology owed. Lisa Nash, many people you are saying you helped orchestrate the ammo recall. Whether that is true or not, you can stop it. Your pals have laughed online at the brick thrown her window, which terrified her family that was going through some other struggles. Imagine little children having to live in fear. And your supporters thought that was okay. You and your pals are behind this baseless recall, which started on last Monday with somebody marching down this aisle with a clipboard demanding a recall. This is really disingenuous. You perceive this whole thing is started in bad faith. The first thing for you to do is to call off the recall before any of this happens, because it's theatrics and it's unprofessional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlotte Chang, followed by David Nault, then Sarah Fields, and then Lauren Fitzgerald.
Sorry, Newsom, I gotta say this. Hi, I'm Charlotte Chang, proud resident of Sunnybrae, and I'm the president of the Sunnybrae Elementary School Site Council. I truly appreciated listening to the candidate speeches today, each with unique perspectives and passionate priorities. I especially like the strategic thinking of Mr. Fong, the inclusive perspective of Mr. Quintanilla, and the diverse experience of Mr. Hedges. Now, for tonight's decision on the 5th council member, I think it's worth taking the time in selecting someone who will best serve this council. And what I mean by that is I would hope that we can select someone who will help us avoid what we witnessed last week, where the election of the mayor and the trust of our citizens were taken hostage over what we believe now was a political power play. So Amarants, I am sorry what you had to go through the past week and that you've been placed in this position. My family, including my husband Brian and my 3-year-old daughter Ivy, who unfortunately napped through half of the candidate interviews in the second row, but is now watching on Zoom. Hi, Ivy. We came here to show support for you and Adam. If it's necessary, I ask that you stand your ground during the selection process. It's worth the time and the effort.
Thank you. David Nault, followed by Sarah Fields, then Lauren Fitzgerald, and then Ethan Mizzi.
Good evening, council members. My comment is addressed to council members Diaz-Nash and council member Newsom. Oh, yes. You are both aware of section 2.13 of our city charter. It says a majority of the council shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of any business, including electing a mayor. The charter also says that the first business of the council is to elect a mayor. The idea that 5 members are a legal necessity to elect a mayor is an imaginary requirement invented to suit your political ambitions. You need a quorum, and that quorum is sitting right next to you. As a resident of District 1, I ask that you do your job and elect the mayor as your first order of business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Fields, followed by Lauren Fitzgerald, then Ethan Mizzi, and then Noel Langmock.
Good evening, Council. I remain disappointed, as many of the other speakers have shared, in your lack of action thus far. You have a great job in front of you and have yet to show that you can do it. That being said, I am pleased to stand here this evening in support of Cliff Robbins for the 5th seat. I don't always agree with Cliff. In fact, frankly, often we disagree. However, the San Mateo way, which the city manager quoted a bit ago at a previous meeting, to disagree without being disagreeable, is truly in Cliff's ethos. When I first came about in San Mateo, Cliff made sure to introduce himself and encourage me to get involved. He is someone who truly loves San Mateo, and we can see that through his service on basically every commission. He will move this city forward, and so I encourage you to select Cliff Robbins this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lauren Fitzgerald, followed by Ethan Mizzi, then Noel Langmock, and then Owen Day.
Good evening. We are on day 7 without a mayor, and my finals start tomorrow. I have a lot of homework to do, and I've checked. This does not count for AP Gov Extra credit. Postponing the selection of a mayor to appoint this seat has only wasted everyone's time. Only moments ago, Redwood City concluded their reorganization meeting. Public speakers advocated to overhaul city policy, and the city still selected a mayor. Unfortunately, our ordeal has set precedent that ignoring city policy is okay. Councilmember Nash, over the summer we had a conversation at the DVC where you talked about empowering women. I don't feel that you have done that today in this week. I expect better from you for this. Same with you, Councilmember Newsom. Select Amarants Lee as mayor tonight. It's been long enough. And appoint Rich Hedges.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ethan Mizzi, followed by Noel Langmock, and then Owen Day, followed by Brian Ponte.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Mitzi, and not to appear in public like a bad student again, but this is the third night in a week that this still headless city council is keeping me from my homework. Mathematics is not my strong suit by any means, but I do know there's a thing called the order of operations, the order in which you do things to solve a problem. The order of operations, as set out in your city charter, is that the first thing you do is to select a mayor. And that's what was on your agenda first. That's why it's the first thing you do. I think this past week has shown that you are sowing division, you are embarrassing the city, and you are embarrassing yourselves. Do what you should have done a week ago and make Council Member Lee mayor. Then choose which one of these applicants should be your newest colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Noel Longmok, followed by Owen Day, then Brian Ponte, and then Stephen Chen.
Hi there, my name is Noel Lingmack. I'm here tonight to urge City Council members Diaz-Nash and Newsom to quit making up imaginary rules that somehow your city charter is supposed to be suspended in, quote, uncharted, unprecedented times. It's BS and it's embarrassing. Now, I want to make sure everyone here knows exactly what is happening. This is an intentionally planned subversion of the democratic process. These two council members are anti-growth, anti-housing politicians who have decided that over their dead bodies will even a moderately pro-housing candidate be appointed to the city council. And it's important enough to them that they would apparently just rather the city not have a mayor. To the council members who have arguably been holding their city hostage for a week, I will say that history will not look kindly upon your choices. So I request you get on board with making better ones and fast. As a note, Chris Conway just threatened and physically intimidated a member of the public in the lobby, as confirmed by the police officer standing there, and his confrontation required de-escalation. He also chased after and threatened the person who de-escalated the conflict. So I advise you take that into account in making your decision tonight.
Next speaker is Owen Day, followed by Brian Ponte, then Stephen Chen, and then Jeff Lamont.
Good evening, City Council members. I am here today to speak directly to Councilmember Nash. I volunteered for you. I supported you. I was beginning to consider you a mentor. And you let me and our district down. I am profoundly disappointed by your actions, and I am here to hold you accountable, like you said should happen on your website. You valued your political agenda over the well-being and reputation of San Mateo. I know my words won't make an impact, as you've seemed to ignore the majority of the public, but I feel an obligation to try as I assisted in getting you elected. I hope you will reconsider the choices you've made over the past week and appoint Amarantz Lee mayor before the 5th council member is chosen, as is laid out in our city's charter. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Ponte, followed by Stephen Chen, then Jeff Lamont, then Melinda Dart.
Good evening. First of all, my congratulations to the 3 recently elected council members. I'm here tonight to add my endorsement to Cliff Robbins to fill the seat vacant by Assemblymember Pappen. Mr. Robbins will provide balance, and if one thing we've heard tonight is bridge building. He has extensive experience throughout this community, has strong knowledge of the inner workings of the city, and will make a great 5th council member. Thank you, and I wish you the best in making this decision.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stephen Chen, followed by Jeff Lamont, then Melinda Dart, followed by Vikas Maturi.
Good evening, City Council members. I live in San Mateo for over 9 years. I live in District 4. I come here today to speak about one thing and one thing only. That's after we select the mayor, I will endorse Mr. Rich Hedges to fill the 5th vacant council seat. And this is why I made this suggestions. For 8 hours on Monday and 5 hours on Wednesday, this council wastes everybody's time to come to no conclusion and no compromise. And apparently the key point...
Thank you, Mr. Chen.
Oh, the key point is about I'm sorry. Anyway, I would endorse the selection of Ms. Hedges to be the 5th member because we have all 5 council seats fulfilled, and then it represents everybody, all the 5 districts in our city, and that's so-called to be the really, really democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Lamont, followed by Melinda Dart, then Vikas Maturi, followed by James Coleman.
Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I wanted to add my endorsement and mirror what previous speaker Brian Ponte had mentioned. I want to add my endorsement for Cliff Robbins. I do feel that he will provide balance and be a bridge builder as well as a caretaker for the seat until the 2024 District 4 election. He has pledged that he's not looking to run as an incumbent, and to me, I think that's a really important factor. I think the time to do the election for District 4 is in 2024. I did also want to mention that I do appreciate everything that Rich Hedges has done for District 4. I've owned 2 properties in that neighborhood, and I was involved with doing the precinct walking when we got the funding to build the levees. But I do think that it's important that you appoint somebody who is not going to run for re-election in 2 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melinda Dart, followed by Vikas Maturi, then James Coleman, then Mark Davis.
Good evening. I'm here to add my voice to urge you to appoint Rich Hedges to the council. Rich is intelligent, thoughtful, and devoted to this community. He has chaired 5 campaigns over the years, raising money, which has kept the budget balanced here. He has negotiated with developers, increasing benefits for the community. He even got a public restroom built. Rich is the only applicant from District 4, but he is here for the whole city. He works to help the entire city. He has a proven track record of hard work and dedication, and he is needed on the council. Please appoint him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Vikas Maturi, followed by James Coleman, then Mark Davis, then Dave Cohn.
Thank you. I'm Vikas Maturi. I'm a resident of San Mateo living in District 1. I have never made an in-person comment to this body before. I'm here today to express my great disappointment with the behavior of my council member Lisa Diaz-Nash, as well as council member Newsom, for not appointing a mayor before attempting to fill this vacancy. I was looking forward to seeing the selection of council member Lee as mayor. She is clearly the most qualified candidate for this position and has a track record of collaborating to pass good policy for this city. I was shocked to see that the 2 of you would circumvent city policy to leave the city council without a mayor, preventing this entire council from doing the work of actually governing and supporting our people. This is a brazenly partisan ploy that has been denounced by the NAACP, the League of Women Voters, and the National Women's Political Caucus. I voted for Lisa Diaz-Nash, as did many of my friends. I was optimistic that you would follow through on your campaign promise to, I quote, be a voice of reason and collaboration, and quote, a creator of solutions and not divisions. What you're doing now does not reflect that.
Thank you very much. James Coleman, followed by Mark Davis, then Dave Cohen, then Ray Tyser.
Hello, my name is James Coleman, and I am here in the capacity as a REACH Coalition Executive Board member. REACH is a partnership of elected officials, community-based organizations of color, individuals, and allies in San Mateo County committed to ensuring that the COVID-19 response efforts reflect the geographic, ethnic, linguistic, and socioeconomic diversity and needs of our county. And we are writing to join the chorus of San Mateo County community members asking that the city charter be adhered to and Councilmember Lee be selected as mayor as the next council action. There is no reason to delay in appointing your longest serving council member as the next mayor. You have a quorum, and that quorum has already publicly voiced their support of Councilmember Lee as the mayor. Councilmember Lee is extremely qualified and was elected by all city residents prior to district elections. Seeing people, and especially women of color, in leadership roles in our county is one of the missions of this body. We hope that the council can rise above and adhere to proper governance. Appoint Councilmember Lee as mayor of San Mateo. With respect, the Reach Coalition Executive Board. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Davis, followed by Dave Cohn, then Ray Ticer, then Lisa Vandevoorde.
Good evening. My name is Mark Davis, resident of San Mateo, 55 years. Have a long blue-collar background in my family. My great-grandfather built the tracks here back in the 40s and 50s in San Mateo. Grandfather was a bricklayer, San Mateo Highlands. Dad, a pipe fitter. I'm an electrician. I come from a working-class background, and I'm still here in the city of San Mateo today. One of the only candidates who I'm here to advocate for is Rich Hedges, that really stood out to me as someone who's going to advocate for us, for the working-class citizens here. We had a lot of great people talk about things like governing, rules and regulations, laws, negotiations, budgeting, planning, housing, which is all fantastic for the city of San Mateo. But I hope that those are really just secondary issues that will support the people from this city. And so for that reason, I advocate for Rich Hedges for sure. The only other thing I'd like to say is I'm blown away by the younger people in this meeting tonight. I'm proud of them. I stand up for them to be here and take a part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dave Cohn, followed by Ray Ticer, then Lisa Vandevoorde, then Alexis Lewis.
Good evening, Dave Cohen. Once again, although I am a member of the board of directors of Ethics San Mateo, I'm mostly speaking for myself tonight, except for one small announcement at the end. Get some great candidates. Thank you. Anyone who's participated in successful conflict resolution, whether it's been relationships, work, or whatever, has learned that you have to put aside the argument about facts. Whether the charter says this, whether the charter says that, I'm right, you're wrong, you're right, I'm wrong, whatever, okay? If you put that aside, then you can start getting out of the emotional discussions and get into how to solve the problem, period. I hope whoever you choose will support what Ethics San Mateo is all about, establishing an independent ethics commission in the city. We've issued a statement, a position statement about the allegations of backroom deal and requested a full formal investigation. And that's the announcement I want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ray Ticer, followed by Lisa Vandevoorde, then Alexis Lewis, and then Margaret Lukens.
Thank you. I would like to recommend Rich Hedges for the open District 4 council seat. I've known Rich for about 9 years through the Harbortown HOA, and I found him to be probably the most knowledgeable person that I've ever met. He really knows the city, he knows his district, he's helped in many ways. He's also brought for the county help, and you know, I just want to say that he's the guy that you need to pick. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lisa Vandevoorde, Alexis Lewis, and then Margaret Lukens.
Good evening. This is a tough job in front of you, as this is an excellent slate of candidates. The question is who to choose that won't result in a deadlock tonight. I suggest that choice be Cliff Robbins. Not only does he have the qualifications and experience to lead our city, but his background as an attorney will be particularly beneficial and help take the load off Prasad. He will be the bridge builder you need to break a tie, move forward to quickly getting the 5th member seated, finally electing a mayor, and getting down to the business of running the city. Finally, I hope you'll remember the olive branch you extended to Lisa Diaz-Nash and Rob Newsom and install one of them as deputy mayor tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alexis Lewis, followed by Margaret Lukens.
Good evening. I usually read from my phone, but my battery died, so I had to handwrite everything. So I have this huge sheet of paper. I'm Alexis Lewis, and I live in District 3, and I didn't vote for you, Rob. An ideal mayor has many positive characteristics, a proven performance record, along with a commitment to everyone living in San Mateo. An ideal mayor should always use sound judgment and integrity, good communication, and know that they serve as mentors and teachers for our future leaders. This is Councilmember Lee. She's my mayor. And if I had known that all men would apply for the job, I would have applied for it. Nothing against you guys, though. But I think that rather than appointing someone to sit up there in that open seat, you guys should vote for a mayor tonight, and that should be Councilmember Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Margaret Lukens.
Good evening, council members. My name is Margaret Lukens. I am the president of the League of Women Voters of North and Central San Mateo County. In line with our mission to protect the principles of democracy and government that is responsive to its citizens, the League of Women Voters of North and Central San Mateo County calls on the San Mateo City Council to delay no longer and elect a mayor and deputy mayor. The charter clearly states the role and responsibilities of the mayor, including acting in case of council vacancies. By not appointing a mayor, the council risks the city's ability to conduct business in an orderly manner, delegitimizes its authority, and sets a dangerous precedent that the council is no longer responsible to its citizens. This is not a position undertaken lightly or recently. You can read the entire position of the League of Women Voters on our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now ready to move to the Zoom attendees. We've had some movement in the list, but we have the same number. So we have 27 speakers, so approximately another half an hour. The last speaker in the Zoom list, please don't raise and lower your hand again, folks, is Christine Padilla. So the first speaker is going to be Wayne Lee.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Wayne Lee. I am the president of the San Mateo County Asian Pacific Island Caucus. I want to congratulate the new council members, and I also want to stress that this is an important time for you as a city. We are concerned that the negative impact of not choosing a fifth council member tonight, as well as a mayor. And we thank you for supporting Amaris Lee for mayor. She is qualified. She is passionate about San Mateo, excuse me. That's where I used to be on the council. So she's very passionate about San Mateo, and she's passionate about equality and fairness. And we believe that she will serve you well. And we wholeheartedly would like implore you to, for the sake of the city, to appoint her as mayor tonight for the sake of welfare and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Reverend Penny Nixon.
Hi, this is Reverend Penny Nixon. I'm the co-director of the Peninsula Solidarity Cohort. And today I sent you a letter signed by 8 of my colleagues urging you to appoint a mayor. That mayor being Mayor Lee. Tonight, I've been so moved by the civic engagement and the young people, and also all those applying for the appointment of the 5th seat. I'd like to lend my support to Pablo Quintanilla. He is the only person tonight that brought up the most vulnerable people in our city. He's the one that talked about how many people were unrepresented here and not able to be here tonight. And he is multicultural, multilingual. He will be a bridge builder. He represents young families. He represents the tech sector. He's been a diplomat, and he will bring the needed diversity to this council that will truly represent the city of San Mateo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sandy Backman.
Yes, hello, and thank you for hosting this. I am the current president of the Harbortown Homeowners Association. in District 4. I'd like to endorse Richard Hedges because he brings tremendous experience with the city of San Mateo and has done so for many decades. Most important, Richard is someone who would not come with a personal or political agenda. There have been times he personally did not agree with decisions of the board that I'm on, but once a vote had occurred, he always supported whatever is best for our community. He will bring tremendous balance and integrity to the City Council. Please appoint Richard Hedges to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jenny Michelle.
My name is Jenny Michelle from the Coleman Place neighborhood block, having grown up in San Mateo County, renting on Willow Road next to the VA hospital for about 15 years. I'm a recovering homeless teacher, mom of IEP student, and by trade, a commercial property manager. This body is out of order. Currently, I manage over 200,000 square feet in District 3 and about 100,000 square feet in District 4, where the clients are advised we will not meet our legal obligations per lease agreement due to the unapproved housing element. Ugh, problematic much? Jerry Hill tied this thread. This is about not furthering fair housing. He campaigned supported Councilmember Newsom for this specific reason. I just did not think he would support violating the city charter, which is approved by the electorate, for any other type of obstruction practice. But great news, San Mateo County has declared for functional zero homelessness. Vote John, Mason, Pablo, or Max to support 10-minute neighborhoods, fair housing, and not just cater to the elderly homeowners who are visibly scared.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Becky Schaaf.
Good evening. I'll start by naming the circumstances under which this meeting is taking place. Last week, 2 members of the council engaged in procedural shenanigans in order to arrive at today's meeting with greater power than is their due under democratically established governance processes. The city needs a mayor. The process you are engaged in now calls for a mayor. Please proceed with appointing Amarance Lee as mayor as your first order of business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ron Lind.
Good evening. I wish to speak on behalf of Rich Hedges for the appointment. I've known Rich for 40 years and I worked with him for nearly 35 years. You're obviously all aware of the work that he's done for his community, for San Mateo, and for the state of California over many years. I just want to let you know that if you choose Rich for this council position, you will be rewarded with an individual who exemplifies integrity, problem solving, consensus building, and a willingness and ability to do the hard work that is necessary to govern. He will make your council stronger, and I assure you that nobody will outwork you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Brown.
Hi, and thank you for hosting this session this evening. I'm a member of the board of Harbortown, and I live in District 4, and I've lived there for 43 years. I've known Rich Hedges for 43 years, and I'll tell you, I would support him over anyone because he works so hard and he's done so much for our residential area. He helped with District 4 and he worked for 10 years to get us out of FEMA. And then he, rewrote the city charter, and, there's just not a person that would be better qualified to serve on this city council than Rich Hedges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Heather Ann.
Good evening. I'm a resident of District 1. I've owned a business in District 2 since 2018. I wish to speak against the appointment of Mr. Conway. He is a Twitter troll and apparently a real one in life, given his actions at this meeting. I wish to speak in support of either Mason Fong, Richard Hedges, or Pablo Quintanilla for the open seat. And I wish to say to Ms. Diaz-Nash, you, with your actions, have broken my nascent trust in you as my representative. I still hope that you will act to repair it by installing Ms. Lee as mayor first before seating the new member. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ed Taylor.
Yes, I'd like to speak in support of Rich Hedges as well. Many good things have been said about him. I know he's a man of integrity, and what you see, he doesn't pull any punches. He's upfront with his opinion and doesn't have any political agenda besides doing the best for the citizens of San Mateo. I personally helped him with supporting the FEMA Getting Out of the Flood Zone project by going door to door and knocking on doors and telling people about it. Also, he was instrumental in getting us involved with the Windy Hill project, or the fish market redevelopment. He actually set up a meeting where we could meet personally face-to-face with the developers and give us our opinions from the public. So it was a great opportunity that he set up for us, and we appreciate that. I've known him for more than 25 years. He's a member of the church I'm at, and he's done great things for our community.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Zach Bowling.
Evening, Council. Your friendly local government watchdog. 7 days without a murder. Per the charter, the council is to pick a mayor at its first meeting in December. This is the third meeting. The city voted in a set of guidelines for how the council is supposed to operate. Just in October, you amended it to handle district elections. And these rules specify how the mayor is supposed to be appointed. It's not complicated. You have the power to do it. We're enforcing decorum rules from those council guidelines, but the two freshman council members are not following those guidelines, which does not bode well for how well this council is going to work in the future. Only the mayor can make agenda changes, so I don't really understand how we can move forward with this item without finishing the first. This body follows Rosenberg's rules of order, but that requires having a chair, a mayor. No business should be really considered until that item is done. But let's be clear, this is a political power grab. The backroom dealing is a possible violation of the Brown Act, and it's unethical. You have the power to move forward to elect a mayor now, and you should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Barrett.
Hi, I'm a 36-year resident of San Mateo, and I'd simply like to add my voice in support of Rich Hedges. I'm a social worker, and we residents of District 4 do not need a caretaker, but somebody who can step in and hit the ground running. And that person I see is Rich Hedges. I've come to know Rich somewhat through the years, and I feel also that he would bring an extra bonus of honesty, history, harmony, and hope to the current council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Whitehair.
Thank you, council and staff. This morning at 6:18, the city street sweeper cleaned the gutter in front of my home like clockwork. Last night and today, the fire department at Station 25, a block away, went out on normal calls. All day, our police department wrote tickets, patrolled neighborhoods. These things did not come about just because a few people decided last week, independently to do this. Regular order and process prevailed. Policies, proposals, budgets, all following a consistent, long-standing process. Not following process means that anyone can decide at any time to do what they darn well please. That is what happened when Councilmember Diaz-Nash and Councilmember Newsom decided that they and they alone would not follow established procedure and protocol. Please follow regular process and elect Amherst Lee mayor first before selecting a council member. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joel Cohn. Go ahead, Mr. Cohn.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to apologize for the premature hand raising at the start of the meeting. Thank you for hearing me now. Frankly, I'm a little bit unsure why exactly I'm talking here. I think we all know what the outcome of this meeting is going to be. You know, Council members Diaz-Nash and Newsom are clearly trying to push through their preferred candidate before Amherst Lee is able to, act as a tiebreaker for the mayoral election. Obviously, she should be, as is, recommended by the city charter and, just good governance. I'm a little bit unsure what what the whole point of all of this is. Like, you know, this is the sort of stuff that makes people lose faith in government when, you know, we put actually governing a city below petty political gains. So I'd advise you to make Emerensley mayor first, but clearly that's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Lim.
Good evening, City Council. My name is David Lim, former council member, and unfortunately still the only Asian Pacific Islander mayor for the city of San Mateo. I want to start by saying that I unequivocally endorse Rich Hedges to be the 5th council member, but I join in the call for appointing Amran Slee as the mayor before that happens. When I was the mayor, I'm in a unique position to tell you that I faced implicit and explicit bias, stereotypes, and racism as a mayor, but it never stopped me from doing the job of the community. I believe that there are forces that supported Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Newsom, who were the same people who subjected me to this implicit bias. And I urge Councilmembers Nash and Newsom to reject those supporters who would use the implicit bias to go against Councilmember Lee by making a motion and seconding that motion prior to choosing the 5th council member and appointing her to be the mayor. I can't believe you would do this to anybody other than an API council member. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brian Kay.
Hello, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Kiefer, and I'm a resident and a homeowner here in San Mateo. I'm also a member of the Peninsula DSA, though I'm speaking only for myself this evening and not on behalf of the organization. I called in last Tuesday night, and here I am again. Apparently, we're going to have to keep showing up until council members Nash and Newsom do their job and vote to appoint the ranking member, Councilperson Lee, to mayor as indicated in the city charter. And frankly, I think it's a bunch of dirty political tricks that apparently you didn't get the outcome you wanted during the election. Your preferred candidate didn't win, and now you're trying a bunch of dirty tricks and rearranging the rules to suit your needs on the fly just to get the outcome that you want. That's pretty disgusting in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ellen Wang.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Ellen Wang. I'm an almost 40-year resident of San Mateo. I've spent the last couple of days reading everything I could online about each candidate and listened to each speech and the responses to the council's questions. I have been on the personnel board and also on the Senior Citizens Commission, so I do have some experience with the city. I'd like to endorse 2 candidates, just to add to the confusion here, but there were 2 that I rose to the top for me. One, Pablo Quintanilla, to the 5th seat of the city council. I'm sorry, I misspoke his name. He worked as a diplomat in Iraq and Beijing, and so therefore he knows about working with diverse cultures. He also, one of his answers to the council's question, his answer was unintended consequences. And I believe he got that because of the experience he's had in the past. I know my time is out, so my other choice would be Cliff Robbins for his experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Next speaker is Kaio T1.
Hi, my name is Kiyota Mishikawa. I'm a 10-year resident of District 1 and would also urge the council to follow the charter and first select a mayor so that there will be a tiebreaker if needed to select the 5th council member and prevent yet another stalemate the last hours. Purposeful or not, there are racist undertones to question the qualifications of a woman of color who is not only next according to the charter, but also the most qualified person on this council. This is especially true when one of the big underlying issues is about housing and preserving the quote-unquote character of our neighborhoods, language associated with redlining and racial restrictions in home ownership that historically prevented people of color from building roots here in San Mateo. With that said, I would advocate that the new council member be Rich Hedges from District 4. One reason brought up for not appointing a mayor was that it was not fair for a single person to have multiple votes. If that is true, regardless of whether it is 2 years or more than that, it would be similarly unfair for a single district to have multiple votes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Weinauer.
Good evening, members of the council. The city, to the surprise of no one, managed to carry on for an entire week and didn't descend into chaos, contrary to the pearl clutching and fear mongering of council members Lee and Lorraine. Thank you to council members Diaz, Nash, and Newsom for holding strong. I'm so glad, as are so many residents who support you, that for purposes of filling the council vacancy, you are on equal footing despite the media circus that's been drummed up here. They're desperate because they can't put their finger on the scale and can't just blindly follow a charter that you aren't obligated to follow given the extraordinary circumstances. Your choice got a little easier tonight thanks to Ebneter's self-immolation. Perhaps he misread the phrase bridge builder as bridge burner. Since he brought it up and has shown obvious disdain for half this council, perhaps his position on the planning commission should be considered later on. So you're left with 8, frankly, strong candidates, including some particularly impressive younger candidates, from which I'm confident you can compromise and land on one. Cliff Robbins will make an excellent choice. He's competent, experienced, sensible, and feels like a great fit to make the council whole. His background as a lawyer would be helpful. And he's not beholden to any unions or developers, which is really important given the billions these particular interests have invested in our general plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is H. Hewitt.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hang on. Oh, I'm live. Okay. I just wanted to add my voice to say I'd like to support Cliff Robbins, and I'm particularly happy that there are people who are looking only to fill out Diane Pappin's term, and I would like to see that done before Amarance Lee is appointed mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Virginia McIsaac. Virginia, please go ahead. Virginia, we can't hear you. We'll come back to her. The next speaker is Martha Park. Martha, please unmute yourself. We'll come back to her too. The next speaker is Linda Hedges.
Good evening. Council members and staff, thank you for your service to our city. I know it is hard and often thankless work. Richard Hedges is very qualified to be a city council member. He has the education, the experience, and the knowledge of the city. He served on the personnel board for 7 years, and he volunteered to run the recent 5 tax measures to help with the city's finances. All of these tax measures won by a large margin. District 4 deserves a representative on the city council now. We have unique problems here such as dredging, flooding, and traffic control. We have 4 shopping centers bringing in sales tax, 3 hotels bringing in TOT tax, and several large office buildings that have sold many times, bringing the city millions of dollars in transfer tax. It is time District 4 has a representative. Please appoint Richard Hedges.
Thank you. The next speaker is Virginia McIsaac. Virginia, we're not hearing you. Let's go ahead with Martha Park.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'd like to support Cliff Robbins for City Council because of his leadership experience in San Mateo organizations, as well as his valuable experience as a business lawyer. I was impressed with what he said about working with divergent groups, and hopefully he can help this council work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia McIsaac, can you speak? Okay, she has lowered her hand, so I think she does not want to speak, so we're going to go to George, please.
Yes, Councilwoman Nash and Councilman Newsom, I would like to offer you my deepest gratitude for protecting the voices of the people that elected you, the voters that selected 2 of the last 3 seats in this latest election for the council, the voters that represent the majority of the voices in this city. I want to thank you for withstanding the rain of garbage that has been rained down upon you by the vestiges of an old city council that is trying to stay in power by whatever procedural method is available to them. Thank you for protecting real democracy and not procedural edict. Thank you again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rob Anderson.
Hi, sorry about that. Nash and Newsom, please stop this. Even if you think this is aiding your goals today, you are only setting a precedent that will come back to haunt your governance over and over, as those who you are supposed to be working with will become those whom you are working against. Worse, it is hurtful to the city itself. It is corrosive to our democracy, to our sense of community, and to functional governance. A community that is mired in political brinksmanship has no time for the common sense, everyday goal of just making things work. Please don't drag our city into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll try Virginia McIsaac again.
Sorry, I had so many troubles with the audio. I would like to endorse Cliff Robbins. His participation in the various commissions of San Mateo gives him a very good education in regards to all of the needs of our very large city. His participation in Samaritan House on the board gives him the ability to understand the great needs of the people that are deserving of a lot of help which Samaritan House provides. Cliff will be a bridge builder. He always seeks consensus, and I have found him as on the commission, to be a very good listener and takes in all of the comments that are needed to make a really good judgment. So I endorse Cliff Robbins, and I hope you will also.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mitch Spiegel. Please go ahead.
Hi, Council. I just wanted to say thank you to the council members and staff. True democracy can be messy, and I want to thank those on the council that have not stooped to vilify one another. I'm deeply saddened by the barrage of media and slanderous allusions of backroom deals and behind-the-scenes support of violence. This is wrong, and it's unsubstantiated, and those that willingly perpetrate it would benefit from a strong look in the mirror. I would like to echo San Mateo County Democrats Vice Chair Sarah Fields and Mr. Lamont that incumbent privilege in D4 endangers future representation. Similar to in D5, the voters may choose a candidate who has not even moved to that area yet if an unbiased race is allowed to occur. I particularly liked Mason Fong. I believe his experience working with Sacramento and strategies for solving missing middle housing, as well as a strong focus on the budget, would be a welcome addition to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dana Sahai.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to see all of you working together to solve this problem. I believe that this so-called crisis can be resolved by working together to appoint Rich Hedges from District 4 and then electing Amaris Lee as mayor, as you've said you'd all support, and then get to work on the business we elected you to do.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christine Padilla. Christine, please unmute.
Hello, thank you. Hello, I'm a resident of District 3, and I wrote in my strong support of Amaris Lee for mayor last week with more details. So I'll just take this minute to mention a gentleman who spoke last Wednesday talking about how this is so triggering for many. As an Asian and Latinx working mom and childcare advocate, I hear people encourage women of color to run for office, but when we do, we're treated like this. I'm so saddened explaining this to my daughter. Please realize the deep and hurtful impact this will have on so many of your constituents, including our very, very young. I'd like to say we're better than this, but I'm starting to have my doubts. And if you know me, I'm normally very hopeful. Please conduct business in order and select Amo Lee as mayor. While I have not read about all of the people applying for the appointment, I do know Rich Hedges. He's an experienced and knowledgeable candidate and someone I've never known to be self-serving in any of the work he's done. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So, City Council, that was the announced last speaker. Since we've gone through 27 online speakers, we have 5 additional hands raised now. Would you like to provide direction?
I think 5 minutes is worth our time.
Okay, the absolute last speaker is going to be Kai Cassell. Thank you. Shanna Bryant.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Shanae Bryant, and I've been a San Mateo resident for over a decade. I'm a first-time homeowner, and I live in District 4. I'd like to add my voice to the tens of thousands of San Mateans who have championed the need for full representation for all San Mateo districts. For the record, District 4 has not had direct representation on the City Council for over 20 years. This currently unoccupied seat will eventually convert to a District 4 seat in 2024. But why make over 19,000 residents of District 4 wait when we could have suitable representation now? Please appoint Rich Hedges to fill the final San Mateo City Council seat, and please appoint Amarantz Lee as mayor tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gustavo Hornos.
Good evening, council members. I'm a resident from downtown San Mateo, and I think you should ask all the appointees for the council position the following question. Who of you supports, as our city charter intends, choosing Amarantz Lee as our San Mateo city mayor first? By how you answer these questions, we will know much more about how much you respect our council traditions of mayor rotation and your sense of fairness. I strongly encourage all council members to appoint Amarantz Lee for mayor tonight to bring back harmony and peace to our beloved city. Amarantz Lee, you are more loved by your constituents than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Irving Torres.
Good evening, council members. My name is Irving Torres. I'm the president of the San Mateo County Latinx Democratic Club. I just urge this council tonight to first appoint Amarantz Lee to mayor of your great city. I think it's just important that we kind of continue on with the guidelines and the process is set forth, as many public comments speakers have mentioned this evening, as well as the petition and others throughout the week. Furthermore, after the appointment of Amarantz Lee to the mayor, I strongly encourage this council to select as the 5th council member, Pablo Quintanilla. He is well respected. He's a great listener. I think he would definitely add much value onto the council, as well as demonstrated by his presentation and what he said this forward. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jonathan Buneman.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time. I am a resident of San Francisco, and I moved here together with my wife, who grew up her entire life in San Mateo. After living in San Mateo and not finding that it provided the dense, walkable, urban, transit-oriented environment that I was used to after having lived in Germany. And this is, I think, what this is all about in the end. It's all about a vision of whether we want to have a pro-housing city council or not a pro-housing city council, a NIMBY city council. And I think it's very clear that there's only one vision that is sustainable in a world where our climate is under attack and where we have this massive housing crisis that's shocking to the entire world in the Bay Area. And this is what this city council should do. It should elect a pro-housing candidate, but most importantly, enable this by first electing Mayor Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Kai Cassell.
Good evening, city councilors. I wished I could be there in person today. I have some neighbors who may be surprised to hear my voice, but I'm sick. At the last meeting, Councilmember Nash and I believe Newsom brought up the point of undue influence if a mayor is selected before a city councilor is selected. And while I was initially very sympathetic to that point of view, I'm now worried that by leaving the issue of mayor unresolved, the selection of a 5th city councilor is inherently political, and that some people, both sides of this divide we now have, may be encouraged to select a city council member based on who will elect the mayor they want and not who will serve the city best. I believe the only way to remove this confounding factor is to select a mayor first, and that it should be done out of respect for these extremely qualified candidates and the constituents, so that we can be sure that they are being chosen for their political acumen and not for some short-term political power play. Thank you.
Thank you. We have completed public comment.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Back at 10 o'clock, 7 minutes. please come in and take a seat. We're going to get started in just a minute. Just give it 1 minute. Okay, thank you. We're going to turn things over to council for their discussion deliberation. Councilmember Lee, you have your light on?
Yes, thank you. I want to applaud and congratulate and thank all of the community members who came out. We had a peaceful protest. We had multiple people speak, representing really different views. And I was just wanted to start out suggesting, in terms of the way that we deliberate, to help narrow the field. I think that it would be beneficial for us to talk about one to three of our preferred candidates as just a way to structure this conversation to see where there might be some alignment. I think, I will just say I really, it takes a lot of courage and chutzpah, if you will, to even raise your hand to do this job. And so I applaud all of the applicants and congratulate them for going through this process. Your dedication to the city, your love of the city has really shown through, and we're really fortunate to have a really strong pool of candidates. But I think that in the interest of time, I suggest, if you're open to structuring it that way, that we can just see where we can find consensus and alignment by narrowing the field a little bit. I'll start there.
I think that's a great suggestion. First, though, I'd also like to acknowledge, since a lot of people have mentioned what's happened over the past week, that this has been a very difficult week for a lot of people. I have been talking to many, many people across the community, and I have heard all sorts of opinions, and I want to acknowledge the fact that everyone is here, everyone who is not here, everyone, as Councilmember Lee said, who took the time to come and make comment. And I want to acknowledge that everyone has their own perspectives, and each perspective is a valid one. It's informed by history, it's informed by personal experience. I acknowledge it and I respect it. And with that, I also want to say thank you so much to all the applicants. I think Councilmember Lee said it very well, so I won't repeat, but thank you very much for coming out. And I hope that no matter what happens and who's selected, that all of you will stay engaged in our local civic activity, because the fact that you've already made this contribution, please, please, please continue in whatever way gives you passion.
Well, I'll start by echoing the thanks from other council members to the applicants and to the members of the public who came to speak tonight and who sent in letters. Clearly, we have a strong number of highly qualified candidates. For that, I am appreciative and humbled. I think when it comes to narrowing down this number of highly qualified candidates, I focused on civic experience, a history of community engagement, and a proven ability to work with others toward compromise and consensus. The majority of these candidates have one or more of these at a very high level. But three candidates stand out to me from beyond that high level. Pablo Quintanilla, Cliff Robbins, and Rich Hedges. And that's not to say that others are not qualified, but in the interest of narrowing things down, to narrow things down further, I would say that I am interested in supporting Rich Hedges tonight. When it comes to civic experience, I believe his record is unmatched, which is saying something given the applicants we've heard from tonight. The number of boards and committees and commissions he's been on, his affiliation with neighborhood associations and more, bear that out. When it comes to community engagement, he's of course been here for decades, and been a part of a lot of major community initiatives that have helped people in District 4, but also in other districts in our city. And when it comes to working with others and bridging a gap, or a divide between differing minds, you can't be part of as many successful campaigns as Rich has without building coalitions of individuals, groups, and schools of thought from differing ends of the spectrum. I also noticed that Rich is endorsed and supported by a diversity of individuals within our city, including a number of former elected officials, people who have been there. And of course, there's additionally an opportunity to bring extra representation to District 4, which a number of members of the public have brought up as a key priority. And he received the most public comments and emails, and it wasn't particularly close in support. So with that, I'm interested in supporting Rich Hedges tonight. Thank you.
Similar to what Adam said, I'm looking at experience. I'm looking for someone who's going to be a listener, consensus builder, bridge builder. I'm waffling back and forth on how I felt about this. Initially, I thought I want someone to be a caretaker role and not necessarily from District 4. I may be swaying the other way after listening to so much public comment today. I also, I would say my two top candidates are really Cliff Robbins and Rich Hedges, and my third would be Pablo Quintanilla, my neighbor. That's it. I'm trying to decide. All of you were great candidates. I appreciate all of you coming out tonight and really just putting it out there. We really couldn't ask for a better group of people. Thank you.
Well, I think we're finding some consensus in what we think is important. As I was listening to Councilmember Lorraine and Newsom, I was looking at my list of criteria. The first one is local civic experience, whether it be on a city council or board and commissions, because it's just so important to know how to get things done. And I should say, before I continue, I reached out a lot this week to small businesses, to homeowners, to neighborhood associations, to renters, to nonprofits, just to say what's important to you. And the local government experience was probably the top thing, but close behind it was the proven track record of getting things done and reaching out to different groups. And I think many people tonight have said that that's important to them in the community as well. There's a third thing that's really very important to me, and it's the fact that I do believe we should have a caretaker. And it's not because I don't believe District 4 should have an equal voice. I absolutely do. But having just been through district elections, and District 1, District 3, and District 5 had open seats, and the opportunity to choose people from zero. And the people who were selected were people who had to run against others, and they had to really talk about why they wanted to do it and get other people to support them. And obviously, Rich Hedges has a tremendous amount of support from District 4, and I've worked very closely with him and very well. But I do know that having an open seat will encourage more people to run. So I feel it's important that that is part of the criteria. So my top candidate, I guess, or applicant, the one I'm supporting right now, is Cliff Robbins, because I believe that he does fill those three buckets. We've talked about the amount of experience he has both in the civic as well as the nonprofit world, his experience over many years, his ability to reach out and be a bridge builder, and I think the fact that he is a caretaker or is only going to run for 2 years is a very important thing. I guess I would look at a second candidate under that criteria as Mason Fong, who I believe has the civic experience, the city council experience, and certainly knows how to get things done in a city. He has grown up in San Mateo, got his civic experience in Sunnyvale, but I think it's very applicable, and also is a much younger person, is a representative of the Asian community, and would bring different characteristics to our council. If Rich were going to talk about running for 2 years and not running again, then I'd be really interested. But I do not, I mean, that's his choice. That's nothing for me to say. So right now, that's my perspective.
Do you mind offering a third?
Oh, right now, I think I'm going to stick with what I have. 2, yeah.
So before I get to my my preferred candidates, I did want to just acknowledge I couldn't disagree with Mr. Christopher Conway on more items, but I do respect his his intentions, and I respect his history with the city and your desire to serve. And so I thank you for your application. I also want to applaud Max Mautner. It's really hard to throw your hat in the ring, and the way that we've done city business, there's years of hoops that need to be jumped through to even be considered, and I think that that's something that we should be changing in terms of lowering the barriers to entry and making sure that folks that come to the city all feel like they have something to contribute at a leadership level, and that you don't have to live here, 5 decades to have any legitimacy. So I really I applaud your application, and I thank you for that. And Mr. Michael Ragan, I was so heartened to hear you talk about working with HLC, and I hope to continue working on housing initiatives with you through your collaboration with HLC, which is an excellent organization. That being said, I have a very clear front runner for me. The choice for geographic equity, the choice for the working, our working folks, and labor, the choice for credentials and a history with the city. My number one choice has to be Rich Hedges. There was an outpouring of support for him, and I really see the community's voice very clearly in expressing a need for representation, and I hear your call. I was very impressed with Mason Fong's experience. As the only council member with legislative experience on this body, it would be a strong desire and asset to have someone that's day one ready. And because he brings perspective at the state level as well as the city level, which is comparable in size and budget, I think that it would lend itself to a really complementary skill set to this council and balance out some of the freshmen and the seniors. So I would support Mason's application as well as my number two. I felt sort of like Pablo and John Ebneter really tied for me, and I see both of you as really strong contenders, offering really important perspectives in terms of Pablo, your direct work with community is something that I don't know is as well reflected on this body as it should be, and so I think that is something that could lend itself in a very powerful way to uplift voices, as you said, that are not present, that are not represented in this process. And John, your history and service on the Planning Commission has been very strong, and I think you've shown a lot of courage and taken a lot of hard positions, and you've really pushed the city to ask a lot of important questions of ourselves, and I really admire you and your service. And lastly, I would say Cliff Robbins, I've worked with you for a number of years. You were one of the first people to step up for Measure CC. You have been a champion of mine, and I know you to be a really solid person, a good person, and I know that you would serve the city well, and your ability to hold together coalitions and be a bridge builder, I think, is well tested, and would also complement the council.
So apologies, Councilmember Lee, I wasn't clear on your three.
That was in order of preference. So my preference would be Rich Hedges, number one, and then Mason Fong, number two, and then I said, that Pablo and John were tied.
Okay, thank you.
So based on the initial feedback, there were names that received support in the top three from a majority of the council, and so with that said, is the council interested in taking an initial vote? Okay, so you all have vote tallies on your dais. Pick your choice, and the city attorney will collect and count.
Please use ballot number one. They're numbered. Thank you. Okay, the first ballot is, we have 2 votes for Cliff Robbins from Diaz, Nash, and Newsom, and 2 abstentions from Councilmember Lees and Lorraine. So that is no vote. 202.
I want to sincerely thank the applicants for, as I said, volunteering to serve our city. Please know that my decision to abstain is not in any way a reflection of the merits of your application. However, I cannot in good conscience select a 5th council member because this process has been tainted by multiple attempts to extort my vote for a candidate in exchange for the mayor's seat. There is a very good reason that the council reorganization happens or should happen during the first meeting. Remember that it is our first meeting following the election. The first item on the agenda is to select a mayor and a deputy mayor. The reason of this ordering of business has become abundantly clear. When the prescribed sequence is followed, the powers of the mayor cannot be held hostage or used as a bargaining chip. Our tradition of peaceful transfer of power based on rotation of the most senior member is a century-old model that has worked to stay corruption and backdoor dealings that can erode our institutions. The only antidote to this is to take care of the first order of business, which is selecting a mayor and a deputy mayor. On Wednesday, the 7th, in the afternoon, I was approached by 2 messengers who said I can trade my vote for a candidate in exchange for a vote to become mayor. Again, on Saturday, the 11th, I was given assurance that their candidate would certainly vote for me as mayor and pledged not to remove planning commissioners. All of these incidences have been reported to the city attorney. And it is with a very heavy heart and the weight of responsibility for our city that I must reveal the name of the candidate. Cliff Robbins. Through backdoor dealings and backdoor brokers, I was propositioned to vote for Mr. Robbins in exchange for becoming mayor. I do not know, and I certainly do not want to believe, that this candidate was a willing and knowing participant in this potential Brown Act violation. But given the circumstances, I feel that consideration for his application should be set aside. And that being said, I think Rich Hedges is a viable candidate who has consensus support from a majority of our council members. He is the consensus candidate who will bring much needed representation to the east side of San Mateo and also represent our workforce through his ties to labor. I really do hope that we can vote him in tonight if possible. I want to repeat my concerns that the integrity of our selection process has been poisoned by attempts at vote trading. Therefore, the responsible choice is to halt the selection process and to first elect a mayor and deputy mayor, or we are exposing ourselves to liability and further attempts to extort me, as well as the profound breach of trust from the public. My decision tonight to abstain is an attempt to protect the new council member and our entire legislative body from potential legal liability and end any more attempts at quid pro quo. I am here to assure our community that I will not sell out our city. Not ever, not for the mayor position or anything. Our city deserves a fair and open appointment process, and for this reason, our voting should not continue until a mayor and deputy mayor has been confirmed. This is what is directed in the city charter as the first order of business. And as frustrating as this is, I appreciate having new colleagues who want to immediately shape the city, but this is not the way to do it. I'm not done. There is a process that must follow the charter and the rule of law and order. Proceeding with a confirmation of a fifth council member will legitimize an attempt to bend the rules through delay and obstructionism. Some have called it a coup or insurrection, and however you want to name it, we should not accept this precedent to forever stain our record of over 100 years of peaceful transfer of power. We need to address the first order of business and restore legitimacy back to this council and our body. It is time to correct course. This is how we govern. This is the San Mateo way, respecting the rule of law, tradition, and following our city charter. I move to pause this agenda item until later tonight. Let's return from this madness to the first order of business. And I hope this is a very simple process. If we don't waste time, then we can return to voting for the fifth council member tonight, and let's get this job done so we can move on.
I have to step in and I have to object. That is a very serious set of allegations. As I understand it, when you made that set of allegations last week, and I said, have you reported it? And who is it? There was no answer. I have, for anyone's reputation, both all the candidates, the council members up here, as well as the candidate, Cliff Robbins, I must ask who made this? Because this is just an allegation that has no proof. I would ask the city attorney if this was reported and how it was dealt with, and whether these details were shared.
What was reported was what was indicated at the council meeting on Wednesday.
So there was no report of who the person was who made the allegation, or who the candidate was?
I'm not aware of who the individuals were who approached Councilmember Lee. But I don't have any further comment beyond that because I'm still looking into this matter. But at this time, I don't know who those individuals were.
Well, then I would ask Councilmember Lee to share that information.
I respectfully decline.
Then how in the world can we proceed with this? Because you're making an allegation, but you're not backing it up with any facts. You have an envelope, you have a letter inside the envelope that says the name of an individual. You are telling me a story, you're telling all of us a story, but how are we to know what's factual and what's not factual?
This is between me and the city attorney, and whatever actions that need to be taken, but I will not reveal the people that approached me unless I'm compelled to by a court. So I am, in a very real way, staking my reputation and my name. I told you on Wednesday that this occurred, and I'm telling you again.
But you are also harming the reputation of other council members and of an individual who you're accusing of being as part of that, with no facts.
I certainly am not accusing the candidate, Cliff Robbins. As I said in my statement, I sincerely hope that he was not involved.
But his name is involved, whatever your hope. And
I understand, and respectfully, this line of questioning will not be productive.
Well, respectfully, your statements and allegations without facts are not productive. And City Attorney, I look to you to give us some guidance here, because this is...
Right, so let me offer this. There's these serious allegations that have been made, which I am looking into, but what's on the agenda is selection of a fifth council member for the special meeting. So if you are able to, I would encourage further to try and separate the two. I know it's difficult, but to try and focus your attention on the agenda item, which is before you, to further deliberate and vote on that fifth council member. You can also, if you so choose, you could adjourn this meeting until after the adjourned regular meeting, because you're getting close to a consensus. You've narrowed it down to a few candidates. It's up to the council, but you could pause this meeting, take up the adjourned regular meeting, select a mayor, and then come back to this item.
And I would just say that this is a very hard moment, and I think that our city attorney is showing us a path forward. You have indicated some support for Rich Hedges. I have indicated support for Rich Hedges, and Councilmember Lorraine has shown support for Rich Hedges. I think that we have sufficient votes to make this happen tonight, and make our council whole, make our community whole. But the way to do that is in the correct order. This process has been poisoned. And that is why I'm suggesting that we pause this meeting. We do the first order of business, get this done correctly per the charter directives, and then return to this item, and not permanently break, not forever break 128 years of history where the first order of business gets done first.
I have to object, because I think by making this allegation without following it through with facts, you have tainted the application of an individual who deserves to be understood and heard as an equal.
You appreciate the irony of you saying that this is tainted, and I certainly agree this process is incredibly tainted.
But there are no facts here that you are basing. I do not know the facts you're basing this on. And so I cannot judge what's going on. So.
And Councilmember Nash, as our city attorney has suggested, the investigation or possible investigation is not what is on the agenda. And I know that this council has had a hard time following the agenda, but what we are here to do tonight is to vote in a mayor and a deputy mayor and complete our council. That's what we are here to do tonight. That is what is in front of us once again.
The agenda item we are talking about right now is appointing the fifth council member. It is not selected. The commitment was we are going to do this. You made the motion on Wednesday night. Let's talk about selecting the fifth council member, and then we will select the mayor and deputy mayor. We all agreed to that. Here we are, and now you're preventing us from doing this. I mean, I can't begin to understand how I am supposed to evaluate this when I'm hearing that there is an accusation and there's no proof. There are no facts, there are no names. The city attorney has said he has not received any names.
We have a majority of council that can support another candidate, Rich Hedges. There seems to be consensus on this council. to do city business.
There were 3 people who indicated an interest in Cliff Robbins too. And you are now saying, by making this accusation, that you're tainting his name. And I refuse to allow that to happen without some facts.
Councilmember Lorraine, what is your position at this point?
On Wednesday, under duress, I went with this council's decision to move to adjourning the meeting again until after this. Since then, I have learned of some serious allegations relating to an applicant. And in addition, I received an email in between Wednesday and tonight that claimed to be from a resident who wanted to tell me about discussions that were held with another council member. I have submitted this to Patrice, and you're going to see it. I submitted it to the city attorney. And to me, I don't know whether anything happened there with this particular email, but what I do know is that when we go out of order, we invite the potential for corruption. And so, out of an abundance of caution, out of an interest in avoiding becoming associated with the potential for what is being implied by these allegations, I feel the best way we can protect ourselves as a council is to pause this item and return to the first item of selecting a mayor and a deputy mayor, to remove the opportunity for a quid pro quo to happen with the mayorship.
I just refuse to be able to understand or talk about it when I don't know the facts behind it. And I would ask, I don't know how I make a motion. I think it's only fair that if Mr. Robbins wants to speak, he should be given a chance to say something. But
It's up to the council whether to allow Mr. Robbins to speak.
okay,
I would second the motion to give him the opportunity to speak for himself.
Yes, I agree. I second. Thank you.
There's a motion on the table.
So going backwards, for this motion to allow public comment from one of the candidates, Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
It's very simple. I have never engaged in any sort of vote exchange or bartering, nor have I authorized anybody to do so. And I find an unsupported accusation subjecting this entire city to the possibility of a suit for defamation. I am appalled. I just want to make it very clear. My 18-year-old daughter is watching this on TV. I have a reputation I've built up for 60 plus years. If you got facts, you lay them out there, but they are untrue. I've done nothing that anybody is talking about. I'm not aware of anybody have done anything like that on my behalf. End of story.
I would not move to adjourn this item and go back to the first. I think we have to deal with this. And it's just too serious an allegation. It's too serious an allegation for everyone involved. This is saying terrible things have happened without names, and I can't just talk about theory. These are real people who are involved.
Yes, we are all real people that are involved.
I understand, and I would think all of us would be concerned.
Again, I contend that the reason why we are in this position is because of the reordering. We have an opportunity to set this right. I've served this city faithfully for 3 years. I'm staking my name and my reputation. I'm telling you that I was told I could be mayor on Wednesday if I liked Cliff. And I abhor this moment. I know Cliff to be a good man. But this is the situation that we've all been put in because of this obstructionism. We have never had the mayoral position politicized. It was a ceremonial item that should have been done last Monday.
So help me understand. On Wednesday, Councilman Newsom and myself both said, once we selected the 5th council member, we would proudly vote for you to be mayor. So what is there? There is nothing behind the allegation then. I don't understand what could be gained. I can't believe that this is being made without the facts. They haven't even been conveyed to the city attorney. So I can't see proceeding when so many allegations of such a serious nature have been made without the facts.
Mr. City Attorney, on Wednesday, were you given the name Cliff Robbins, or were you just given the name, just told of the situation?
No, I was not aware of the name Cliff Robbins on Wednesday. I did have a previous conversation with the council member who mentioned that name. I'm concerned about, this, proceeding and the way in which it's being discussed, because it's not on the agenda and it distracts from the proceeding. And what's on the agenda is, again, the selection of the 5th council member. And if the council wishes, it can simply proceed with that action at this time. I mean, there's some consensus around, one candidate, certainly. I think you're very close to dealing with both matters tonight. And I would just add that, the council, what the charter says is for the council to select a mayor and deputy mayor at the first regular meeting in December. And the council, had an opportunity and did adjourn the regular meeting, twice now. I would urge the council to, one way or another, complete that decision-making process tonight on the selection of a mayor. And you have an agenda item before you right now to complete the selection of the 5th council member. You can do it all tonight. I mean, we can discuss the sequencing, but there is a start, it seems to me, there's a somewhat of a coalescing around one, perhaps 2 candidates. And I think you can get there, whichever sequence you choose as a council to make, you can do, but I would encourage the council to not get too extraordinarily focused on the sequencing, and I would focus more on what the council can accomplish this evening on both issues.
I don't see how we can't be focused, because we had all agreed on a motion on Wednesday night to select the 5th council member and then do the mayor.
Yes.
We all agreed that once that was done, we would be supporting the election of Councilmember Lee. Now we come and we have the five of us or four of us together, and we have, if I count right, there were three people who put Cliff Robbins' name there, and there were three people who put Rich Hedges' name there. And to me, that whole process is now blown up because there's been an allegation made about one of those two people with no facts, no supposition, no support, and I don't know how we can. I don't know how we can go forward because this is now being hijacked the other way around. But no, well, I am concerned about the reputation of many individuals. I would hope everyone would be as well. So it's more important to flip things around. You don't care what a gentleman's just been charged with? You don't care? This is a man who has served the community. All of us are equally responsible.
Again, I appreciate your passion, and I appreciate the gravity of the situation, but we are here to do business, city business. We have 2 items that need to get done, that we can get done tonight, they could have gotten done, last week. But let's get the business done. The people are looking at us and they're waiting for us to do city business. I don't always like the circumstances. Let me tell you, I don't always like the circumstances, but I do the job. I do the job that's in front of me. That's what we were elected to do. That is what we are here to do.
We are here to do that without making unsubstantiated allegations against people. And that's what's happening here.
Councilmember Newsom, are you ready to make a decision? I have asked, I put forward a motion to pause this item and to return to the first item of business. I think we can do that with confidence that there is a consensus candidate that we can all support. We can get our ordering correct, and we can move forward, and everyone can go home before midnight. I've made a motion to pause this item and open up the adjourned meeting.
Second.
And if I can clarify the motion, it sounds like your motion is to adjourn the special meeting until after you take up the adjourned regular meeting.
Can I just voice a concern? I committed on Wednesday that I would vote for you, and the situation that you've put me in is giving me second doubts. I'm not sure that with these allegations, I'm going to be able to do that now. And so what I would suggest is that we do pick this additional councilman, or, well, it's only men, so I'm being politically incorrect. We pick our third council person so that if I decide not to vote for you, we can at least have a mayor, a deputy mayor, and a 5th council seat by the end of the night. So what I'd like to motion is that we do another ballot for the city council vacancy seat. And I think that was what we've agreed to. And if you're willing to do that, then I will meet you. But otherwise, I have concerns. I hear that at least Councilwoman Nash, I don't believe, is going to be giving you the vote. So I'm going to be the swing vote at this point.
Can I just interject for a moment? There's Councilmember Lee made a motion to adjourn the special meeting until after the adjourned regular meeting, which is seconded by Councilmember Lorraine.
I'm sorry.
And then, so is Councilmember Newsom, are you withdrawing your motion, or?
I'll make the motion after we follow through with this motion, I suppose. I'm sorry for going out of order.
No, so I guess that's considered your motion withdrawn. So now we have the original motion to adjourn the special meeting, which has been seconded.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
I'd like to make a motion that we vote again to fill the council's 5th vacancy seat.
So you have options. We can go through the balloting process. You can simply make an open sort of motion and suggest or make a motion to pick a specific candidate. You could do that if you wish. So what is your motion?
I make a motion to appoint Rich Hedges to the remaining open council seat.
I want to say that that I feel very torn right now because I don't want to be in a position where I'm depriving our city, or especially District 4, of representation as our entire community has been deprived of a mayor. I don't want to be in the position where I'm voting against my principles of good governance and following the rule of law and upholding the mandates of the charter at the cost of doing harm to city business and city operations. I do not believe on principle that it is correct for our council to operate out of order. However, I feel the people's time have been wasted. And I feel, as a custodian of this city, I don't ever want to make a decision that harms our staff or the people, as I think that these decisions have harmed our community. So I will vote to support Rich Hedges.
Sounds like the motion has been seconded.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
I am so sorry because this now brings the good name of Rich Hedges into all of this. This is not the way that any council member should be elected, appointed. I cannot vote yes, but I am so sorry that all of this is happening because it is a case built on sand. I vote no.
Am I recording a no vote?
No.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-1. The next order of business on here was to, once a council member was chosen, to do the oath of office.
Swear in them.
Swearing
Swear
in.
in. Swear them in.
Swear 'em in.
That sounds great.
So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. State your full name after the I. I
Richard Wayne Hedges,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that you will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
of which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Welcome.
I'm not sure that I like it.
So the special meeting will now need to be adjourned. Do we have agreement to adjourn the special meeting?
Yes.
Special meeting is adjourned. We will now move to the adjourned regular meeting that we are continuing from December the 7th. The item the task at hand is to select the mayor and then to determine either if the deputy mayor is going to be selected through a nomination process or if we will draw lots to select the sequencing for slots 2, 3, and 4. And as a reminder, we've had 3 rounds of public comment. Public comment is currently closed.
I move to nominate Amarance Lee for mayor. That's it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Patrice, will you please call?
Yes. Councilmember Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
I made a commitment that once we had a 5th council member on the seat, on the council, I would vote for Councilmember Lee as mayor. So I will vote yes, but I will do it under a very sad circumstance.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges?
May I say something first? Is that okay? So I've committed to the city charter. I help revise it. And the first order of business for reorganization is a mayor. And I vote for Councilman Lee. Chair.
You too. Thanks for your vote.
But I do want to say something.
Sorry, Rich. Sí, seguro.
So Cliff Robbins is a friend of mine. I actually had mixed emotions with the vote. I think he is a great person. He's done a lot of service for this city. I know he's very upset right now, and he has a right to be. He had nothing to do with, and I don't think the allegation was against him, but unfortunately, whoever did it used his name. I want to tell you now, I am very sad for Cliff right now. That's all.
I share your sadness, and as I said, I know Cliff to be a really good and an honorable man, and I am deeply sorry for the harm that this has caused him, and I believe that there's a way that we can all move forward to redeem ourselves as a city, to redeem ourselves and our reputation as a council. And I hope that starts today. I have some remarks. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's do the deputy mayor. Yes, so Patrice, do you want to describe the process for us, please?
What the council guidelines say under the latest added rules since the district election by district started is that for the 3 newly elected members, we will draw lots to establish the sequencing order for the deputy mayor, and then the new appointee goes to the end of the line. So as deputy. So you can do that, or you can do a different process if you wanted to do a nomination and vote. You could do that also, or we could draw lots.
Could I make a suggestion that since we're all up here on the dais together, that I would make a motion that all 4 of us go into the bowl, as opposed to the appointee being at the end? That's possible. So that everyone has an equal shot, including our newest council member.
I would, if I'm recognized by the mayor, I'd make a motion.
Sure. Please.
I move that Lisa Diaz-Nash be the vice mayor. I want to try to heal this stuff.
I'll second.
One moment, I'm almost there. Okay, we have a motion for Councilmember Lisa Diaz-Nash to be deputy mayor. Councilmember Hedges?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Can I ask a point of order? Do we still draw lots for the remaining 3?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I just, thank you.
You ready?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
took 2. I'm trying here.
Yeah, why not?
So if we could have each council member announce what they drew.
Well, mine says, or reads, Deputy Mayor, second in sequence, 2023-24, but as we have selected a deputy mayor, I presume that means perhaps I would be third in sequence.
Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, third in sequence.
And Newsom.
Deputy Mayor first in sequence.
Oh.
So it'd be second, third, fourth, which is, okay.
We have order. If I may, I would like to make some remarks. First, I want to thank my kids for being my North Star, and my family and my mishpacha, that's my chosen family, and my tribe of courageous young women and mama bears who propel me and fuel me. Your loving community is my foundation, and this wouldn't be possible without you all. As I reflect on the past 3 years, we should all be proud that San Mateo led on so many fronts. We allocated $1.3 million in federal funding to those most impacted by COVID, issuing emergency rental assistance funds, business grants, and support for childcare providers. We diverted our staff to create a business outreach task force and helped San Mateo businesses receive nearly $325 million in federal COVID relief funds, which kept our local economy afloat. In the past 3 years, our police responded to an estimated 241,000 calls for service. And our San Mateo Consolidated Fire kept us safe here and provided mutual aid for some of the most catastrophic fires in history. And during this time, we approved 399 affordable homes. We repaired 20 miles of streets. We opened Burrell Park, renovated King Park, Hayward Park Square, and John Lee Dog Park. Our approved development projects will generate 16.5 acres of private open space. Our dedicated city employees, who are the backbone of our government, we've welcomed many new department leaders, including our city attorney, Prasanna Rasaya, our new fire chief, Kent Thrasher, our new police chief, Ed Barberini, community development director, Christina Horsberg, public works director, Azalea Mitch, human resources director, Teresa Abrahamson, and parks and recreation director, Joanne Magrini. Across our entire organization, I am humbled by the dedication of our first responders and frontline workers that serve San Mateo, and there are too many to name. My fellow council members, it is a profound privilege to serve, and we are so fortunate to be part of this team. Public service is a labor of love. And my 100-year-old Popua, that's my grandmother, she taught me how to love fiercely. One of the last things that she said to me was that in the end, she was defined by the way she loved. And there's no truer statement than justice is love in action. And looking across our city hall, there is more love in this community than there are ideas that divide us. And we're all committed to building the community that we want to be a part of. This year ahead is going to be one of learning and growing together, and it's incredibly rare occurrence to have so many new council members. And as we transition to by-district elections, let's always remember to remain united in our service to the community by considering our needs and interests of San Mateo as a whole. I want to say that I do feel optimistic that our new council will continue to serve San Mateo with honor, as have so many other community members who have been a part of this process to get us through this first order of business. I appreciate everyone who's lifted me and supported me. You are the best of San Mateo. And we will honor you with dignity and get the job done. Thank you. So this item is adjourned. Do we have announcements? Is that what we turn to? Yes?
There were reports and announcements from the original agenda from December 5th, but I have no other reports to provide to the council.
Okay, does any other council member want to raise a report or announcement?
So, some people have commented on my ties to organized labor, and I will tell you I have those ties, but I have ties to all workers, whether they're organized or not. And I will tell you that when I'm on this dais, I will vote for things that help everybody that works for a living. I recently had a dental appointment canceled because the hygienist had left the area and my dentist couldn't find another one. I was called to check on a woman who was living in our association as being unhoused. When I went over and checked with her, she certainly was unhoused, but she wasn't living there. She was waiting to go to work as a home health care worker who didn't have a home. These things upset me. And while I'm here, I pledge that I will help secure the R1 neighborhoods to keep them comfortable places. But I'm also going to try to make the less of us comfortable. That's it.
Thank you all. I think with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Madam Mayor, happy holidays to everyone.